Chapter 32:45. Where are the two Ning dragons? After the door to God's secret treasure was closed, many people finally realized the two Ning dragons were gone. Only two broken chains were left. Soon after, the door of God's secret treasure, together with the two broken chains, turned into shadows in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they disappeared completely into the void. Where are Junior Brother Yu, Junior Brother Long, and Junior Brother Wang? Xin Kong, the strongest young prodigy in the Profound Cat Clan, finally confirmed that three prodigies were missing from the Profound Cat Clan. As long as the others entered God's secret treasure, they would come out unscathed. However, the Profound Cat Clan was missing three prodigies. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The three prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan must have died in God's secret treasure. Otherwise, they would have come out with them. For this reason, Xin Kong specially checked their soul pearls and their spatial rings. Sure enough, he noticed that their soul pearls had shattered. It's impossible for there to be anything in the ruins of the realms of gods that could harm my three junior brothers. Therefore, there's only one possibility. My three junior brothers were killed by one of these people. With this thought in mind, Xin Kong's expression turned cold as he looked at the prodigies present on the scene. Everyone, did anyone see anyone from the Profound Cat Clan being killed by someone else? Xin Kong asked the prodigies present on the scene. If anyone saw anyone, please inform me through voice transmission. The Profound Cat Clan will definitely reward you handsomely. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies also noticed the three prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan were missing. The three prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan died in God's secret treasure. There's no threat in God's secret treasure. Unless they don't want to come out, they must have been killed by someone else. I wonder who killed the three prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan. The group of prodigies discussed among themselves curiously. When I was in God's secret treasure, I happened to encounter three rats who were hiding in the dark and attacked me. However, they all died in the end. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Xin Kong indifferently. Swoosh. Xin Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It's you? Why did you kill a member of my Profound Cat Clan? Xin Kong glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a grim voice. So you're from the Profound Cat Clan? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized, is it really a cat? Why do I feel like he's more like a rat, hiding in the dark to ambush us? Impressive. Impossible, Xin Kong said in a low voice. If they see you, they'll absolutely not attack you. Xin Kong originally wanted to say that he didn't dare to attack Duan Lingtian, but when he thought of how embarrassing that would be, he changed his words in time. If they didn't attack me, why would I kill them? Duan Lingtian smiled. You should know that I, Duan Lingtian, have no enmity with your Profound Cat Clan. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are talented and have a high level of comprehension. However, if you can't grow, no matter how talented you are, no matter how high your comprehension is, it will all be in vain. A cold light flashed in Xin Kong's eyes, and his tone carried a threatening tone. Xin Kong, you don't have to worry about that. Gong Sunjing said with a sneer. Whether Duan Lingtian can grow or not, it's not up to the Profound Cat Clan to decide. Let's go. Xin Kong's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Gong Sunjing. However, he did not say anything. After all, he was in a disadvantageous position. His strength and background were inferior to Gong Sunjing's. If he continued to stay, he would only become a laughing stock. Any grassroots prodigies who made it onto the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagodas ranking and wish to join the Profound Cat Clan can follow me. Xin Kong, who was leading the remaining prodigies of the Profound Cat Clan away, turned around and looked at the scattered grassroots prodigies before he left. Many grassroots prodigies who made it onto the ranking were tempted when the leaders of the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect opened their mouths to recruit as well. The prodigies who were tempted by the Profound Cat Clan decided to stay. After all, it would be embarrassing for them to leave with the Profound Cat Clan. After all, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan had fled with their tails between their legs. Following that, the leaders of the Profound Heavenly Dao sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan, Yiwu Dao, Feng Chi, and Bailey Hongfei also opened their mouths to recruit as well. However, compared to the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, these three forces had higher requirements to recruit as well. Those who made it into the top 20 in the Peak of Gravity ranking, in the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking, and the top 10 in the other rankings can join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At the same time, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect opened his mouth to recruit as well. Duan Lingtian, let's continue to stroll around. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. While Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was recruiting prodigies, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, and Huan Er left. Gong Sunjing also left with them. Hey, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, wait for me. At this moment, Gong Sunjing was no longer with Yu Tianxing and the others. He had already considered himself a member of Duan Lingtian's group. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the entrance to the Genius Secret Realm to open. After leaving God's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, Su Li, and Gong Sunjing had also explored the Genius Secret Realm. Although they had obtained some treasures, they were nothing compared to what they had obtained in God's secret treasure. The entrance to the Genius Secret Realm opened as scheduled. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er followed Su Li and Gong Sunjing back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. As one of the three top Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's estate was located above a sea of clouds. It was vast and majestic. Each of the floating islands had a mountain peak that was as sharp as a sword that pointed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of these floating islands, and they looked incredibly sharp. However, at the center of the floating islands, there were 10 islands that were relatively larger. They were the locations of the 10 main branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Those 10 floating islands are where the progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are located. As for the other floating islands, most of them are there to protect the Grand Sect. Gong Sunjing pointed at the 10 floating islands in the distance that were different from the other floating islands and explained to Duan Lingtian. The 10,000 floating islands are there for the sake of protecting the Grand Sect? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Even if several titled celestial emperors joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the Grand Sect, right? Duan Lingtian, you're wrong, Gong Sunjing said with a smile. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has declined, our ancestor paid a huge price to build the sect guarding Grand Formation. Let alone a few titled celestial emperors, even a few hundred titled celestial emperors wouldn't be able to break through the Grand Formation. Even 100 titled celestial emperors couldn't break through the barrier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have hundreds of titled celestial emperors. Even the sect protecting Grand Array and clan protecting Grand Array of the heaven-level forces, which are known to be second only to the Heavenly Emperor's forces, are probably not as good as this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's sect guarding Grand Formation, is built based on the sect guarding Grand Formations of Heaven-grade sects. After all, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was once a Heaven-grade sect. A hint of yearning could be seen in Gong Sunjing's eyes as he said, I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will be able to return to its peak one day. A celestial sect? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a Heaven-grade sect? After all, Heaven-grade forces were second only to Heavenly Emperor's forces in the Devata realms. They had countless titled celestial emperors. In terms of the number of titled celestial emperors, it was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor's forces. Yes, Gong Sunjing nodded. Since you're about to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, you can go to the library to look for records of our sect's history. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the 10 main peaks and asked, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has 10 main progenies. Currently, I only know that Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow Yuan progeny, and Yu Tianxing is from the Tai progeny. What are the other progenies? The 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are the Xin Yuan progeny, Zhanlu progeny, Crimson Sky progeny, Taya progeny, Seven Stars Dragon Abyss, Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Next, is it Gongjiang, Emoxia, Yuchong, Chunjun, and Qingying? You know? Gong Sunjing was taken aback. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How could he not know? The 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth in his past life. Previously, he had heard that Yu Tianxing was from the Tai Yi progeny. However, when he learned that Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny and Gong Sunjing was from the Yellow Yuan progeny, he found the names familiar. At this moment, he finally understood why he found the names familiar. As it turned out, they were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth. It seems like the Thousand Tribulations sword sect is related to Yin Huang realm as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earth was also known as the Yin Huang planet. Most of the cultivation legacies in the Yin Huang realm originated from the Yin Huang planet. Where should we go first? Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Gong Sunjing. Now that he had arrived at the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, he should have a place to stay, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when I left. Let's look for him first, Gong Sunjing said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader is very curious about you. You've broken his records in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity. The sect leader has always treasured talents. He won't mistreat you since you've joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, just like how the sect leader took care of Su Li when he was born. A hint of admiration appeared in Gong Sunjing's eyes when he mentioned the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Chapter 32:46. Taiya Peak was one of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Taiya Peak was where the Taiya progeny, one of the 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, was located. Upon entering Taiya Peak, Duan Lingtian could feel the dense heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. It was much denser than the heaven and earth spirit energy he had encountered in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth energy in the ruins of the realms of gods, which was also the heaven and earth energy in Little World. Senior Gong Sunjing. After entering Taiya Peak, Duan Lingtian saw many disciples patrolling on their flying swords. All of them bowed at Gong Sunjing. It was obvious they did not know Su Li at all. Su Li, I told you to come out more often. Look, these brats don't even know you. The prodigy from the Shadow Support progeny who defeated Yu Tianxing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Taiya progeny. After the patrolling disciples left, Gong Sunjing looked at Su Li and mocked him. Su Li smiled faintly when he heard Gong Sunjing's words. If he cared about these things, he would not be where he was today. Previously, when he was in Yin Huang realm to accept the legacy left behind by a powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny who had become a god, the remnant consciousness of the powerhouse had set a series of tests for him. Among the tests, there was a test of one's fame and desire. Only those who did not care about fame and could restrain their desires would be able to obtain the legacy. That test alone was enough to stop many people. Sometimes, Su Li even thought that if it wasn't for his heart being devoted to the sword and his sword heart being firm like a rock, perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of that expert. Duan Lingtian, Huaner, this is the entrance to Taiya Peak. From here on, there's a formation that restricts flying. Let's walk. At this moment, Gong Sunjing, who was leading the group, landed in front of a mountain gate with a sword-shaped stone tablet. Even titled celestial emperors can't fly here. As they approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian could feel an oppressive aura in the air. The oppressive aura only disappeared when Duan Lingtian landed on the ground. Taiya Peak. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sword-shaped stone tablet. On it were the 3 words Taiya Peak. These 3 words exuded a sharp sword aura. It was obvious that they were carved with a sword. Duan Lingtian met Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's Tai progeny, in the main hall of Taiya Peak. In the Genius Secret Realm, the record of the Peak of Gravity and the Array Spirit Pagoda that lasted for nearly 20,000 years was set by Yu Jiancheng. Sect leader. Su Li and Gong Sunjing bowed slightly to Yu Jiancheng. Yes. Yu Jiancheng nodded. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. He smiled and asked, "You must be Duan Lingtian and Huan right? Sect Master Yu." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Yu Jiancheng. As for Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, she merely nodded at Yu Jiancheng as well. However, Yu Jiancheng was not displeased by Huan rudeness. Swoosh! Without any warning, a grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura appeared in front of Yu Jiancheng and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Su Li and Gong Sunjing's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect Yu Jiancheng to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Yu Jiancheng's attack, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as the space elemental profundity surged out of his body. 9 spatial tiers appeared in front of him. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial tears toward the grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura. The grayish-black sword ray paused in midair for a moment before it continued to move forward as though it was indestructible. What a powerful profundity! When the grayish-black sword ray paused in midair, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Even so, the grayish-black sword ray still managed to break through it. The celestial origin energy contained in the grayish-black sword ray was, at most, at the level of a 5 elements celestial lord or a 6 combos celestial lord. However, the law of destruction was extremely powerful. Whiz, 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 whiz. The 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot toward the grayish-black sword ray that had depleted a portion of its energy. In the end, both of them perished together. Good technique. Yu Jiancheng's eyes lit up as he praised Duan Lingtian. No wonder you're able to break the 2 records I set in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far greater than mine when I first entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time, but you're not even 300 years old. Yu Jiancheng could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. You're flattering me, sect leader Yu. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He knew Yu Jiancheng was merely testing him earlier since he did not sense any killing intent from Yu Jiancheng's sword ray at all. Do you want to join any of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? The Tai progeny welcomes you. Yu Jiancheng smiled. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, a cold scoff rang in the main hall. Following that, an old and skinny figure appeared in the main hall. The old man was dressed in a loose robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was skinny, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Grandfather. Gong Sunjing bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Progeny Master Gong Sun. Su Li also bowed to the newcomer. The progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny? Upon hearing Gong Sunjing and Su Li's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was Gong Sun Kong, the progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gong Sun Kong was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Senior Uncle Gong Sun, why are you here? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly as he bowed. It was not difficult for him to figure out Gong Sun Kong was interested in Duan Lingtian as well. Not long ago, he had received a message from his nephew, Yu Tianxing, telling him to recruit Duan Lingtian as soon as possible so that Duan Lingtian could join the Tai progeny. Otherwise, the progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny would definitely try to recruit Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was close to Gong Sunjing. However, he did not expect the old man who had not left Xian Yuan Peak for many years would leave Xian Yuan Peak and come to Tai Peak for a disciple who had yet to join the sect. If I didn't come, all the good seedlings would have been taken away by the Tai progeny. The old man snorted coldly. Jiancheng, brat, your Tai progeny already has Tianxing, but our Yellow the Arch progeny only has Jing'er, a good-for-nothing. Shouldn't you give the good seedlings to our Yellow the Arch progeny first? The old man said to Yu Jiancheng. Senior Uncle Gong Sun. Yu Jiancheng was about to say something when an old voice rang in the main hall. Senior Brother Gong Sun, our fish intestine progeny doesn't even have a disciple comparable to your grandson, Gong Sunjing. Why don't you give the good seedlings to the fish intestine progeny first? Along with the voice, an old woman appeared in the main hall. She was standing straight like a sharp mountain peak. The old woman stared at Gong Sun Kong as soon as she appeared. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Yun Yi from the fish intestine progeny has also sent a message to this person. This is the progeny leader of the fish intestine progeny and my grandfather's junior sister, Shimin Wanwan. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Wanwan, why are you here as well? Gong Sun Kong smiled wryly when he saw Shimin Wanwan. You haven't left Fish Intestine Peak for more than 1,000 years, right? Senior brother Gong Sun, I'm not asking for much. Between Duan Lingtian and Huan I only want one person. Shimin Wanwan looked at Duan Lingtian before she said, I don't ask for Duan Lingtian. However, my Fish Intestine Peak wants Huan Shimin Wanwan's voice was filled with determination. That's not a problem. Gong Sun Kang's eyes brightened. He thought Shimin Wanwan was going to compete with him for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not hesitate when he heard Shimin Wanwan's words. After all, Duan Lingtian was more than enough for the Yellow Yuan progeny. Senior brother Gong Sun, senior sister Shimin, isn't it a little rude of the two of you not to inform me that you're here? Another old voice sounded. Soon, a burly middle-aged man walked in from the outside. It's the progeny leader of the Zhanlu progeny, Chongju. It seems like He Zhan has also sent him a voice transmission. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, senior sister, our progeny lacks talents like Duan Lingtian. Since you're not interested in Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you won't compete with me for him, right? Chongju said as he glanced at Gong Sun Kong. Oomph. Gong Sun Kong snorted. Junior brother Chongju, you've got a good plan. You should be content with what you have. The Zhanlu progeny has He Zhan who's better than my grandson, Gong Sun Jing. How dare you compete with me for him? He Zhan? Chongju shook his head. Senior brother Gong Sun, if you really want to talk about He Zhan, how about this? I'll ask He Zhan to join the Yellow Yuan progeny, and you won't compete with me for Duan Lingtian. You. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. After a long while, he said, It's been so many years, but you're still as shameless as before. As for Gong Sun Jing, he was also dumbfounded when he heard this. If He Zhan finds out Master Chongju gave him away just like that, I'm afraid he'll vomit blood from anger. Gong Sun Jing said to Duan Lingtian and Su Li in a soft voice. Swoosh, swoosh. While Gong Sun Jing was whispering to Duan Lingtian and Su Li, two figures appeared in the main hall like ghosts. It was a handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young woman. Heavens! Even the branch leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and Emosia progeny are here? Gong Sun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the two of them. Brother Lingtian, these two look alike. Chapter 32:47. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny are twins. It's only natural that they look alike. Gong Sun Jing explained. That's right, Gong Sun Jing said. Furthermore, although the line masters of the Ganjiang bloodline and Moxie bloodline are all inferior to my grandfather and the sect master individually, if they were to join hands, even my grandfather and the sect master would not be able to gain the slightest advantage against them. After fighting for a long time, they would even be slightly inferior. Gong Sun Jing deliberately lowered his voice as he said, I heard that the last titled celestial emperor who tried to take over the Nando territory was killed by the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny. If the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny join forces, they're unrivaled in the Nando territory, let alone the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gong Sun Jing said, the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny are twins. Not only that, but they've also comprehended the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man and the young woman. It was impossible to tell that these two seemingly harmless young men and women were actually such terrifying figures. After all, they were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Your grandfather should be as strong as a titled celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked Gong Sun Jing through voice transmission. I've heard from my grandfather that he had fought a few titled celestial emperors before. One of them was slightly weaker than him, while the others were on par with him. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's reply, Duan Lingtian realized that Gongsun Jing's grandfather and the Mo Xie progeny's grandfather were the strongest. After all, Gongsun Kang's strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Sect leader Yu is as strong as a titled celestial emperor. If he wants to, he can obtain a title from the title temple at any time. Gongsun Jing paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Many years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu fought to a draw. However, I suspect sect leader Yu is slightly stronger than my grandfather." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Apart from that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had two powerhouses who were as strong as titled celestial emperors. Such a force was only a first-grade force? Even a supreme grade 1 force would only have one or two titled celestial emperors, right? Even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect isn't as strong as it used to be, it's still not considered a supreme grade 1 force. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of the various forces in the Devata realms, it was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the main hall of the Taiya Peak. Following the arrival of the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly fell silent. What? Do the two of you want Duan Lingtian and Huaner as well? Gong Sun Kong was the first to speak. While he asked with a wry smile, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian and Huaner's seniority in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was lower than his, and they had to address him as junior uncle, they were much stronger than him when they joined forces. Junior Uncle Gong's son, I want Huaner. The leader of the Moxie bloodline, a beautiful young woman, said to Gong Sun Kong with a faint smile on her face. Duan Lingtian, the leader of the Ganjiang bloodline, on the other hand, said coldly, Duan Lingtian, forget it, forget it. I didn't expect that even you two little fellows would be interested in those two little fellows. This old lady won't interfere. I won't interfere, Shimin Wan, the leader of the Yuchang bloodline, said with a sigh before she left the main hall. Since you two siblings are here, this old man won't fight with you. Chongju shook his head and smiled before he left as well. Senior brother Feng, senior sister Yun, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, greeted the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline with a smile on his face. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline was Zhuge Feng, while the leader of the Mo Xie bloodline was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jiancheng, you're not going to compete with us, right? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile. Since senior brother Feng and senior sister Yun are here for them, how can I compete with them? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jiancheng's words, Zhuge Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at Gongsun Kong, the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, and asked, Junior Uncle Gongsun, are you really going to compete with us? You're not going to compete with us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline are the only leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. They don't have any disciples, Gongsun Kong said. It's strange that they don't have any disciples in the Genius Secret Realm. How come they're so well informed? I'm the one who told them. Su Li said, I forgot that the Shadow Support progeny is close to the other two progenies. Gongsun Jing smiled awkwardly. Su Li, I originally thought that when you brought Gongsun Jing into God's secret treasure in advance in the Genius Secret Realm, you wanted me to join the Xian Yuan branch. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li Yu. You want me and Huan to join the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline? Duan Lingtian, I asked you to bring Gongsun Jing with you because I want you to do a favor to the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, Gongsun Kong. Su Li replied through voice transmission. However, compared to the Yellow the Arch bloodline, the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline are more suitable for you. The leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Mo Xie bloodline specialize in joint attacks. You and Huan can cultivate with them. As for other things, I don't think you need to learn them, right? Moreover, the leaders of the two progenies are very protective of their disciples. If you and Huan become their disciples, nobody will dare to touch you or Huan outside the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, let alone in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li said through voice transmission. Thank you, Su Li. Duan Lingtian could see Su Li's good intentions after listening to Su Li's voice transmission. He sighed inwardly and thanked Su Li. There's no need to thank me. Su Li smiled. He had known Duan Lingtian for many years. He did not expect he would meet Duan Lingtian again in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, he did not expect they would become disciples of the same sect. Since the two of you have taken a liking to them, it's only natural that I don't want to compete with you. I'll let the Ganjiang bloodline and the Imoxia bloodline have some vitality. Gongsun Kong shook his head and left. Since the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Imoxia bloodline had appeared, they did not compete with the others. Instead, it seemed like the others had given Duan Lingtian and Huan to them. Huan are you willing to join the Imoxia bloodline? Although the others had given up, Zhuge Yun still looked at Huan with a smile on her face. Huan was the one involved in this matter. Huan did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to her. Huan come in. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Su Li had made such good arrangements for them, there was no reason for him to reject Su Li's good intentions. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan looked at Zhuge Yun and nodded. Little fellow, you're really lucky. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, It's a good thing I'm not a man. Otherwise, I'd be jealous of you. Who said men have to be jealous of him? Just as Zhuge Yun's voice fell, Zhuge Feng, who was beside her, asked in return, You'll be alone for the rest of your life. Zhuge Yun glared at Zhuge Feng. She was helpless when it came to her twin brother. She had sent all kinds of beautiful women to her brother's bed, but her brother was not interested in them at all. He was focused on his cultivation. In the end, she felt it was impossible for her to have a sister-in-law in this lifetime. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to join the Ganjiang progeny? When Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his cold face eased up and he squeezed out a trace of a smile. Zhuge Yun was stunned when she saw Zhuge Feng's smile. As for the others, such as Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Gongsun Jing, and Su Li, they were shocked. The leader of the Ganjiang progeny was as cold as an iceberg, but he was smiling. Senior, I can join the Ganjiang lineage. However, I already have a master. Before I get his permission, I don't plan on acknowledging a second master in my life. If you want me to call you master, I'm afraid I can't join the Ganjiang progeny, Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. It's just a title. I don't mind. Zhuge Feng shook his head. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, not everyone was as principled as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian greets the leader of the Ganjiang progeny. Duan Lingtian bowed at Zhuge Feng when he heard Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again, revealing his fondness for Duan Lingtian, the Ganjiang progeny's disciple. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was no match for Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Usually, Yu Jiancheng would brag about the 2 records he had set in the Genius Secret Realm. Most importantly, he was the one who had set the records for the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda before Yu Jiancheng. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, Zhuge Feng could not help but feel proud. So what if you, Yu Jiancheng, have broken my records? Didn't my Ganjiang progeny break your records as well? Although Zhuge Feng appeared cold like an iceberg, he was actually very concerned about some things. Naturally, he was pleased with Duan Lingtian not only because Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, but also because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability. Similar to Su Li, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old, but he was stronger than Su Li previously. Zhuge Feng was slightly jealous of the leader of the Shadow Support progeny. However, he was no longer jealous now. Chapter 32-48. With this, Duan Lingtian and Huan joined the Ganjiang progeny and the Imoxia progeny respectively. Currently, the Ganjiang progeny and the Imoxia progeny only had 2 members each. In total, they only had 4 members: Duan Lingtian, Huan Zhuge Feng, and Zhuge Yun. Progeny leader, Huan and I would like to make a trip to the spirit overarching heaven. After the four of them left Tai Peak, Duan Lingtian said to Zhuge Feng, it was time for him to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. When he left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would become so strong in just a few decades. Why are you going to the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. We have some grudges to settle, Duan Lingtian replied. Grudges? Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I love to settle grudges. Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing to do, I'll follow you. Won't we disturb your cultivation? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng's words. If he brought them along, it would be as good as bringing two super fighters with him. Moreover, these two super fighters were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. No, we won't. Zhuge Feng replied. All right, it's settled then. We'll accompany you and Huan. Zhuge Yun said excitedly. Speaking of which, I haven't left the Jade Emperor Heaven for many years. It's been at least 10,000 years, right? The current Zhuge Yun looked like a child when she was excited. She didn't look as mature as Huan. As one of the top sects in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate naturally had a transporting formation. Naturally, the transporting formation was not located on any of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It was located on another sword peak. With Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun leading the way, it did not take long for them to arrive at the transportation formation in the Devata realms. Greetings, progeny leaders. The elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, who was in charge of the transporting formation, hurriedly bowed at Zhuge Feng and his sister when he saw them. The four of us are heading to the spirit overarching heaven, Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. She appeared mature and poised in front of the elder. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, which territory in the spirit overarching heaven are you going to? A transporting formation could precisely send a person to a mansion in a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory, Profound Nether Mansion. Zhuang nodded. Zhuang Clan S. Tian Yun. He and the Huan's Land sect? Yun nodded. I heard you. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's elder nodded in agreement as he looked at the duo in surprise. He was unfamiliar with the duo. However, since they were with the progeny leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny, he could not afford to offend them. He engraved the faces of the two people in his mind and decided that no matter what, he would never offend them in the future. Swoosh! The transporting formation flashed, and Duan Lingtian and the others left the Jade Emperor Heavens, Nando Territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, and appeared in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate in the spirit overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. The four of them appeared in one of the Profound Nether Mansion's subordinate cities. However, the four of them did not linger in the city. They immediately followed Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. With their speed, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion would not be able to react in time. However, they still triggered the Grand Formation protecting the Profound Nether Mansion. When the Grand Formation was activated, the powerhouses of the Profound Nether Mansion under the lead of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion flew over. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was stunned. Why, you're back. Although the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion could not see Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion felt mysterious to him at this moment. The duo standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huan, in particular, gave the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion an oppressive aura.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Mansion Master, I'm here to look for seniors. These two are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They are the progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heavens, Nando Territory, Duan Lingtian said. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was unaware of the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, to his surprise, The mansion master of the profound nether mansion's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he bowed respectfully at the Zhuge siblings and said, "Greetings, progeny leaders. I was unaware of your arrival, progeny leaders. That's why I didn't greet you personally. I apologize for not greeting you." The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said through voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, why didn't you warn me earlier?" "Mansion master, do you know about the Thousand Tribulations sword sect?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "How could I not know?" The Thousand Tribulations sword sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Devata realms. One of the powerhouses in the sect almost defeated the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The profound nether mansion master said through voice transmission, although the Thousand Tribulations sword sect withdrew from the Jade Emperor Heaven and moved to the Nando territory, they're still very powerful. Due to the existence of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, no titled celestial emperors are allowed to enter the Nando territory. Upon hearing the mansion master of the profound nether mansion's words, Duan Lingtian realized the mansion master of the profound nether mansion was very familiar with the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The leaders of the 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they're not ordinary celestial emperors. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion continued to say through voice transmission, "Why didn't you warn me about the arrival of a celestial emperor? If they blame me, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 1,000 times." "Don't worry, mansion master. These two seniors aren't people who care about trivial matters. They won't mind." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he said, "Mansion master, I came back this time because I intend to make a trip to one of the 10 great clans, the He clan, with Senior." The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He was also the father of the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the clan leader of the He clan. However, just because Duan Lingtian was unaware of it did not mean the mansion master of the profound nether mansion was unaware of it. "I'll inform the Grand Ancestor right away." The mansion master of the profound nether mansion took a deep breath before he sent a message to the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. When the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion received the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he hurriedly rushed out to greet the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors." The old man, the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion, hurriedly greeted the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan a hint of curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He could tell the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had come with Duan Lingtian and Huan. "We're here to join in the fun with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Don't mind us." Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. "Senior, please bring us to the He clan. Today is the day the clan leader of the He clan dies." Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. The old man was, naturally, moved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly led the way to the He clan. Along the way, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, why are you with the 2 Lord Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect?" "Senior, after Huan and I went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, we joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. These 2 branch leaders of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect decided to join in the fun with us." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, thank you." The old man replied solemnly. "If you didn't bring these 2 Lord Celestial Emperors here to avenge my father, I don't know when I'll be able to avenge him." Now, when the old man spoke, he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. "Father." Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I didn't tell you that the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is actually my father." Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, "For this reason, when I took over the position of the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I made a rule stating that the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion must avenge the former imperial tutor. I knew it would be difficult for me to avenge my father due to my limited innate talent. Therefore, I placed my hopes on the next imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion." Alas, even after 20,000 years, I didn't see anyone capable of killing the clan leader of the He clan. That is, until you appeared. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. As it turned out, the old man was the son of the imperial tutor of the He clan. Based on this, he could understand the old man's desire to avenge his father. Senior, there's one thing you're wrong about. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said through voice transmission, the two progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect are only here to join in the fun. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, will avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The clan leader of the He clan might be strong. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, the clan leader of the He clan was far weaker. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man looked at him skeptically. It was obvious he did not believe him. There was a reason he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, it had only been a few decades since Duan Lingtian left the profound Nether Mansion. It would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian managed to become a one basic celestial lord in a few decades. He was still far from being able to kill the clan leader of the He clan. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 3249. A joke? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. He did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew it would be more convincing if he were to personally make a move in the He clan. The He clan was one of the top 5th-grade clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was located on a vast plain that was densely packed with buildings. Based on the number of people entering and exiting the He clan's estate, one could tell it was a prosperous clan. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the outer perimeter of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples. Who are you? A group of patrolling disciples from the He clan glared at Duan Lingtian and the others. However, most people's gazes were focused on Huan Er's face. Her face was simply too attractive. The pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion are here to avenge the death of the patriarch of the He clan. The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and killed one of the patrolling disciples. The remaining disciple's face was pale from fright. A celestial lord. The remaining disciple hastily fled. The old man did not make a move at all. Let's wait here for a while, the old man said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew the patriarch of the He clan would definitely show himself after the old man's actions. About 15 minutes later, whoosh, 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 accompanied by waves of swift howls of the wind, numerous figures flashed out from the He clan's estate in the distance and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's group. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man dressed in a robe made of tiger skin. Behind the middle-aged man were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. All of them were glaring fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun stood at the side. Although they did not show their emotions, their extraordinary auras made the others' expressions turn solemn. Immortal emperors, even if they just stood there and didn't make a sound, could imperceptibly give immortal sovereigns a sense of oppression. The more powerful an immortal emperor was, the more they would feel this pressure. On the contrary, those below the immortal emperor realm couldn't feel this pressure. Seniors, you're not from the profound Nether Mansion, right? The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than He Tianchun, the patriarch of the He clan. He was the one who had killed the previous imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Now, when He Tianchun looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, his face was filled with fear. After all, even the titled Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven Territory would not be able to make him feel so oppressed. At the same time, He Tianchun sent a message to the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The 10 major clans of the Southern Heaven Territory were somewhat related to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Now, 2 suspected immortal emperors had arrived at the He clan, causing He Tianchun to feel great pressure. He immediately contacted the Southern Heaven Immortal Lord, wanting him to come over and check if his feeling was correct. You don't have to worry about us. Zhuge Yun glanced at He Tianchun indifferently and said, No matter what enmity you have with the profound nether mansion, we won't interfere. HM? Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's expression changed drastically. Senior, you won't interfere? He Tian-chun was skeptical when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. How could they not interfere when they were already here? However, his eyes lit up when he saw the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's expression. Could it be that these two suspected immortal emperors were only here to watch the show? You're the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion? He Tian-chun asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man. Are you the one who killed the disciples of the He clan? That's right. Not only am I the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion, but I'm also Chong Heng's son. Chong Hong was the name of the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Chong Hong? Realization dawned on He Tian-chun when he heard the old man's words. So, you're Chong Heng's son. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of He Tian-chun's mouth. Your mother is quite interesting. Back then, He Tian-chun had sullied Chong Heng's wife, the old man's mother. You're seeking death. The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard He Tian-chun's words. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he attacked He Tian-chun. Boom, 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 boom. The two of them continued to exchange blows, but it did not take long before He Tian-chun gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the old man. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, your innate talent is much weaker than your father. If Chong Hong didn't die back then, he would have been a titled Celestial Lord, or even stronger by now. He Tian-chun said indifferently. The old man was severely injured, and blood was trickling down the corner of his mouth. However, he still wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and said, Senior, let me do it. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the old man and looked at He Tian-chun indifferently. There was no emotion on his face. Who are you? He Tian-chun asked with a frown on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the current imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian? He Tian-chun was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian who performed outstandingly in the middle and upper realms of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even He Tian-chun, the leader of the He clan, had heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was merely a junior. Perhaps, after a few thousand years or 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian would be on par with him. However, the current Duan Lingtian was still nothing in front of him. He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Back then, Duan Lingtian's name had spread far and wide in the southern heaven territory. Even they had heard of him. But, didn't they leave the profound nether mansion? I heard they left the profound nether mansion as well. I heard from the Phantom Fox clan. The elders of the He clan whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a thin figure appeared in front of everyone like a specter. However, before the person appeared, both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun raised their eyebrows slightly. The figure of the newcomer appeared. It was a thin, middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous silver robe. He had a handsome face and a majestic aura, giving people the feeling that all rivers could flow into the sea. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. I'm He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan. As soon as the figure appeared, He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, bowed and greeted the figure. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun also followed suit and bowed. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this moment, even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the profound nether mansion bowed and greeted the figure. Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained silent as they looked at the newcomer calmly. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even look at the figure. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you greeting the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? He Tian-chun said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Him? Duan Lingtian glanced at the southern heaven, celestial lord indifferently before he shook his head. He's not worthy of my greeting. He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan thought the southern heaven celestial lord would fly into a rage and punish Duan Lingtian after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. However, they saw the southern heaven celestial lord bowing respectfully at the young man and woman standing at the side. Xiang Qingyu, the titled celestial lord of the southern heaven territory, greets the two celestial emperors. As soon as Xiang Qingyu, the southern heaven celestial lord, appeared, he was certain the young man and woman standing before him were celestial emperors. He was much stronger than He Tian-chun. For this reason, he was more sensitive to the aura of celestial emperors. He was 100% certain the young man and woman were celestial emperors. Lord Celestial Emperors? He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan were shocked when they saw the southern heaven celestial lord bowing respectfully at Zhuge Feng and Huan Er. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. Immediately, He Tian-chun and the others bowed respectfully to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng, especially He Tian-chun, who confirmed his guess. Two celestial emperors. Why did they come with the people from the profound nether mansion? He Tian-chun was slightly anxious. It would be strange if the two celestial emperors had nothing to do with the people from the profound nether mansion, since it was obvious they had come together. However, one of the celestial emperors had said they would not interfere. Celestial emperors would not lie, right? However, facing Xiang Qingyu's greeting, Zhuge Feng had no intention of paying attention to him. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, nodded, and didn't pay attention to him anymore. What happened? Xiang Qingyu, the southern heaven celestial lord, asked He Tian-chun through voice transmission with a frown on his face. Xiang Qingyu nodded. Since Lord Celestial Emperor has said he won't interfere, naturally, he won't interfere. Is the profound nether mansion going to settle the score with He Tian-chun? Xiang Qingyu asked as he looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man hesitated when he heard Xiang Qingyu's words. If the two celestial emperors did not interfere, how could they settle the score? That's right. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian spoke up for him. We're here to take the life of the clan leader of the He clan. Those who have nothing to do with this matter should step aside and watch the show. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiang Qingyu indifferently. How dare you? He Tian-chun stepped forward as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. He glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian, not only did you not bow to the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, but you even dare to act so presumptuously. Chapter 3250. Noisy. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard He Tian-chun's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out of his body. Swoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and reappeared behind He Tian-chun. Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian drew his bow with both hands as a powerful energy surged out of his hands and shrouded He Tian-chun's body. He Tian-chun did not even have time to react. Buzz. 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 In just a blink of an eye, He Tian-chun's body was shredded into pieces by Duan Lingtian's hands. Only a spatial ring and a defensive celestial weapon were left in the void. The elders of the He clan only regained their senses when they saw He Tian-chun's death. Their expressions changed drastically. The clan leader of the He clan, the strongest person in the clan, had died just like that? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? How's this possible? When the group of He clan elders looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides shock and disbelief, their eyes were mixed with waves of extreme terror. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only become famous in the Southern Heaven Territory 200 years ago. At that time, he was only a 10-direction celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, in just 200 years, Duan Lingtian had become so strong that he could easily kill He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan. Although He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, was not a titled celestial lord, His strength was close to that of a titled celestial lord. However, he was still killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. He's so strong. Xiang Qingyu, the southern heaven celestial lord, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Initially, he was displeased with the purple-clad young man because of He Tianchun's words. However, at this moment, he did not dare to utter a single word. After all, it was obvious the purple-clad young man was not any weaker than him. Most importantly, there were two celestial emperors standing next to the purple-clad young man. Although the two celestial emperors had said they would not make a move, who knew if they would make a move or not? Even if the celestial emperors went back on their words, it would not affect their reputations. Duan Lingtian. This name, it's a name. At the same time, Xiang Qingyu only felt that the name Duan Lingtian was a little familiar. It was as though he had heard of it somewhere before. However, due to the fact that it was a distant memory, he could not recall it for a while. Lord Southern Heaven, Celestial Lord. Just as the group of He clan elders looked at Xiang Qingyu, as if they were looking for him to make the decision for He Tianchun, Xiang Qingyu completely ignored them and left as if he was escaping. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look back. At this moment, the elders of the He clan could tell even the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Immediately, their expressions changed completely. Their eyes were filled with despair. They were all worried that after Duan Lingtian killed their He clan's patriarch, he would annihilate their He clan as well. Senior, since this matter is over, I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian looked at the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, who was still in a daze. Then, he left the He clan's estate with Huan and Zhuge Feng. Senior, if I have time in the future, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, waking the old man from his daze. Father, is avenged just like that? The old man felt as though he was dreaming when he regained his senses. An expression of disbelief could still be seen on his face. After a while, he finally accepted the truth. How surprising. It has only been a few decades, but that little fellow is already strong enough to kill He Tianchun. The old man muttered to himself. Although He Tianchun had been caught off guard when Duan Lingtian killed He Tianchun, it was clear Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than a titled celestial lord. Little did the old man know that Duan Lingtian was only at the beginning. Even when Duan Lingtian attacked earlier, he had only used all of his profundities from the law of space. He still had many other tricks up his sleeve. Putting aside the two Ning dragons in his little world, just the power given to him by the 5 divine elements was enough to make him as strong as an ordinary celestial emperor. Most titled celestial lords were no match for him at all. Naturally, it could only be said that no titled celestial lords were a match for him. After all, the Devata realms were huge, and the 81 Devata realms were even bigger. There were many titled celestial lords who had encountered fortuitous encounters and were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was not impossible for them to defeat Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, where are we going next? Huan asked Duan Lingtian after they left the He clan's estate. We're going to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, however, we'll have to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters first. Previously, the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang had caused him a lot of trouble. There were a few times when he was almost killed by the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Although Duan Lingtian intended to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he was faced with a problem. After all, assassin organizations were cunning and had more than one place to hide. Even if they had their headquarters, they would often change locations. It seems like I have no choice but to look for Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, did not expect the 4 people he had met earlier would come looking for him as soon as he returned to his cultivation place. I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Xiang Qingyu glanced at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, and when he thought about Duan Lingtian's strength, he reluctantly told Duan Lingtian the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. He wanted to say that he did not know the location. However, as the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, If he did not even know where the headquarters of an assassin organization was located, he would not be able to get away with it. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang? The Southern Heaven's celestial lord thought to himself after Duan Lingtian and the others left. In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Boom. Rumble. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, all the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were destroyed by his space energy. In just a blink of an eye, the buildings were reduced to rubble. Blood flowed like a river in the rubble. Many of the weaker Blood Skull Gang's staff and assassins had died in the rubble. Naturally, many of them managed to escape in time. Who are you? Why did you destroy the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters? Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red long robe walked forward while surrounded by a group of people. His expression was grave as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the front with the space energy surging around his body. At this moment, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was in a sorry state. However, there was no anger in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Instead, there was only a hint of fear in their eyes. The person standing in front of them was too powerful. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people in front of him calmly as he spoke. Duan Lingtian? Initially, the group of people from the Blood Skull Gang did not realize what was going on until an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. Only then did they recall that many years ago, the Blood Skull Gang had a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian's achievements, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to reach such a level in such a short time. At the very least, he was certain he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Sir, the mission against you has been cancelled. Moreover, it's not that the Blood Skull Gang was targeting you. It was someone else who issued the mission against you. The red-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding behind me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored the red-clad middle-aged man. His eyes were trained on the group of people behind the red-clad middle-aged man. Finally, his gaze landed on an old man. This old man was none other than Lung Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Lung Yi. He carried Lung Yi with one hand and returned to his original spot. The entire process was as simple as an eagle catching a chick. The last time we met, I think it was at Yin Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Pingtian territory, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Lung Yi. At that time, if it were not for the protection of Ling Juiyun's celestial talisman, he would have died in the hands of this assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At this moment, Lung Yi was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the young man whom he could easily kill in the past would have grown to such an extent. More than 100 years ago, when Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, Lung Yi knew he would never be a match for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had buried his dissatisfaction with Duan Lingtian deep in his heart. Today, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. It was likely that Duan Lingtian was stronger than the Blood Skull Gang's leader. Otherwise, the chief would have made a move already. Duan Lingtian, I was only carrying out my mission, Lung Yi said bitterly. There's no enmity between us. If it wasn't for the mission, why would I kill you? Humph. Chapter 32:51. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian killing Lung Yi, the expressions of the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. Chun Yuanshan. At the same time, the leader of the assassins, the red-clad middle-aged man, glared at one of the assassins behind him and said in a deep voice, "Your son was the one who accepted Duan Lingtian's mission. If the Blood Skull Gang is annihilated today, you'll be the one who sinned the most. Lord Leader, now's not the time to shirk responsibility." Qin Yuanshan smiled bitterly and said, "It's obvious Duan Lingtian has no intention of letting the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The red-clad middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard Shan Yuanshan's words. Indeed, Chen Yuanshan was right. Leader, let's attack together. If we lose this battle, we'll definitely die. However, we'll still die if we stand here and wait for our deaths. Chen Yuanshan said. Soon enough, under Chen Yuanshan's provocation, the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang began to attack Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shot toward Duan Lingtian like dazzling fireworks. Good timing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent surged. Then, he flew out and unleashed his spatial energy. With his strength alone, he faced the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Yuanshan was killed in just one move. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 2 moves. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 3 moves. At this moment, the remaining high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang no longer had the will to fight. All of them fled in all directions. Buzz, 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 buzz. However, under Duan Lingtian's 9 cross-dimensional profundities, they did not manage to escape far before they were killed by him. You're not even a celestial lord at your age, right? From the beginning until the end, Zhuge Yun watched calmly as Duan Lingtian fought. She could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to her after Duan Lingtian ended the battle. Zhuge Feng only replied indifferently, "You're the same as well." Both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were not even celestial lords when they were Duan Lingtian's age. In fact, they had just become celestial kings. After all, they had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect when they were young and were nurtured by the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Despite that, their achievements were far behind Duan Lingtian's age. Duan's age. Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Lingtian's achievement at such a young age, they more or less sighed in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, Yun asked Feng. Senior's left. Senior asked. Senior, I'll make a trip to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory as well. I'm worried the He clan will spread the news that I'm still in contact with the profound Nether Mansion. If that's the case, the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory might harm the profound Nether Mansion. Clans is this Lingtian, S Yun, S clan, S's clan, S's clan's Tian, S clan? Bring Huan back? The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. How dare the Phantom Fox clan? Huan is a rare 1000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Since she's from the Du clan, the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan don't tolerate her existence. Duan Lingtian continued to say, since both of you are here with us, I hope you'll be able to intimidate the Phantom Fox clan so they won't dare to lay their hands on Huan. Intimidate? I don't think that's enough. Zhuge Yun said indifferently. We'll have to kill a few celestial emperors before they know fear. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors? Zhuge Yun's tone was nonchalant, as though she was talking about something insignificant. When will I be able to say something so nonchalant? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He knew that although his overall strength was comparable to an ordinary basic celestial emperor, he still had many tricks up his sleeves that he could not reveal to the public. He did not dare to use them even in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. Although Zhuge Feng and his sister were decent people, who knew if they would be able to stay true to themselves in the face of all the temptations in the small world in his body. In the mundane realm, there were many blood brothers and sisters who got along well with each other. However, when it came to fighting for the family's inheritance, they would turn hostile and become enemies. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he did not dare to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. In the past, most of the people he met were not knowledgeable and did not know about the 5 divine elements. However, now that he had met so many people, he knew about the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Feng and his sister might have known about the existence of the 5 divine elements and recognized them. Senior, have you heard of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun as they made their way to the transporting formation to the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 realms of the spirit overarching heaven. Of course, Zhuge Yun said matter-of-factly. Any one of the 5 divine elements is a supreme treasure. If one can transform into a higher form, It'll be of great help to one's strength. Moreover, it's said that those who possess the 5 divine elements will be able to become gods as long as they transform it to a higher form. A hint of yearning could be seen in Zhuge Yun's eyes as she spoke. As expected, Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He was even more certain that he could not reveal the 5 divine elements so easily. He was sure that if he used the power of the 5 divine elements in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, they would definitely be able to tell that it was the 5 divine elements. Unlike ordinary people, they would not think that it was the profound power of the 5 elemental law. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zhuge Yun asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When I was in the genius secret realm, I heard a grassroots prodigy mention the chaos divine flame among the 5 divine elements. He said the chaos divine flame can be used as a pill fire. Duan Lingtian said, "That's when I learned there's such a magical flame in heaven and earth. The chaos divine flame is only one of the 5 divine elements." Zhuge Yun shook her head and smiled. Apart from that, there's also the profound divine metal, world-cleansing divine water, clear heavens divine wood, chaos divine earth. If any of the 5 divine elements is in their first form, not many people will be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. Even if the gods in the realms of gods can't destroy the first form of the 5 divine elements, they might not be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. After all, there are many similar things in heaven and earth that can't be destroyed, but they're not the 5 divine elements. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian was reminded of Xiajie, Ker's third uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form of the profound divine metal. Xiajie was a god in the realms of gods. He was certain Xiajie knew about the 5 divine elements, but he did not recognize the profound divine metal. Previously, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Since Zhuge Yun knew about the 5 divine elements, how could Xiajie not know about them? However, it seemed like Xiajie did not know about the profound divine metal, but he could not recognize the first form of the profound divine metal. We can only recognize the second form of the 5 divine elements. For this reason, when the second form of the 5 divine elements is born, there's bound to be a group of people fighting over it. Even celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors would fight over it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even titled celestial emperors would fight over the second form of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. The 5 divine elements were all present in his small world, and they had all transformed into their 6th forms. If people found out he had the 6th form of the 5 divine elements, even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. It seemed like the 5 divine elements in his little world were a hot potato to him. Based on Zhuge Yun's yearning for the 5 divine elements, she and Zhuge Feng would definitely be the first to make a move on him. We're here. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and the others to arrive at the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm. After a few days, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the location of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Although the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory is a Grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando Territory's Profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the Profound Cat clan. They're nothing compared to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew the ruler of the Heavenly Territory was a titled Celestial Emperor. Apart from the titled Celestial Emperor, there was no other titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory. Even if there was another titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory, he was certain the titled Celestial Emperor was a reclusive powerhouse. If there was a titled Celestial Emperor in a Grade 1 force, there was no way they would allow a foreign titled Celestial Emperor to rule their territory. This was similar to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan in the Nando Territory. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox clan's estate. This was where the Phantom Fox clan's main clan resided in the Heavenly Territory. The Phantom Fox clan's main clan was divided into 2 groups. One of them was surnamed Zhang, while the other was surnamed Yuan. They were the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan and Yuan clan respectively. Zhang Jin Yi, who traveled from the Heavenly Territory to the Southern Heaven Territory to bring Huan back to the main Phantom Fox clan, is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan's main Zhang clan. Chapter 3252. The clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, please come out. Duan Lingtian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate calmly as he spoke. Celestial origin energy surged out of his voice and swept through the entire Phantom Fox clan's estate. Whether it was the Zhang clan's main estate or the Yuan clan's main estate, almost everyone in the Phantom Fox clan's main estate heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were stunned. Who was the person outside? How could he order the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan to come out? Where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for the clan leaders? He doesn't seem like a guest. I wonder who he is. The Phantom Fox clan's estate that was originally peaceful was in an uproar due to Duan Lingtian's words. In the main Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, a middle-aged man was sitting in the courtyard and enjoying a cup of tea when he heard the commotion outside. His brows furrowed slightly when he heard the commotion outside. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Hantian was the strongest person in the Zhang clan. Although he was not as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor, he could be considered as one of the strongest ordinary Celestial Emperors. At this moment, Zhang Hantian, who was dressed in a long grayish-white robe, sat in the middle of the courtyard. With a calm expression on his face, he sent a voice transmission. Grand Elder, go out and take a look. Who dares to cause such a commotion outside our Phantom Fox clan's estate? As one of the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a Grade 1 force in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province of the Spirit overarching heaven, he was not someone who could be easily summoned out. Yes, clan leader. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan, the old man who had sent Zhang Jin-yi to the Southern Heaven Territory to investigate if Huan was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, answered the Grand Elder and flew out of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Along the way, the Grand Elder sent out a few more messages. When he finally left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, he was followed by 4 people. Elder Hirano. As soon as Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, a voice rang in his ears. Zhang Pingyi glanced over and saw 4 people leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate at the same time as him. Elder Yuan Yu. With just a glance, Zhang Pingyi recognized the 4 people. The person leading the group was the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. The 3 people standing behind the Grand Elder were the elders of the Yuan clan. Elder Hirano, who do you think it is? He actually dared to ask the leaders of our 2 clans to go out. That person sure is arrogant. Yuan Yu asked Zhang Pingyi. I don't know. However, since he dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate, it means that he must have some backing. Zhang Pingyi said. The main clans of the Phantom Fox clan, Yuan clan, and Zhang clan were usually separated from each other. They were only one when facing the outside world. Usually, the 2 clans had a competitive relationship in many aspects. Go. Let's go and take a look. As soon as Yuan Yu finished speaking, the 4 people from the Yuan clan and the 5 people from the Zhang clan flew toward the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw the 4 people standing in the distance. 2 celestial emperors. When Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu approached the 4 people, they could basically confirm that there were 2 immortal emperors among them. As for the other 2 people, they could not see through one of them, so they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not. As for the other person, he gave off a strange feeling. This aura, led by Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu. The 9 elders from the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan turned to look at Huan in unison when they saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Are the 2 of you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, who were the leaders of the Phantom Fox clan. The reason why he asked this was because Zhuge Yun had just transmitted a message to him. Among the 9 people, the 2 leaders were immortal emperors. As for the rest, they were only immortal emperors. This voice, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu regained their senses. They were certain Duan Lingtian's voice was the same as the voice that had resounded in the Phantom Fox clan's estate earlier. It was clear the purple-clad young man was the one who had spoken. I'm Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Zhang Pingyi stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he asked indifferently, "May I know why you're looking for the clan leader of the Zhang clan?" "I'm Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan," Yuan Yu replied. "Not everyone can meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Even if you want to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan, you should at least report your name and see if you're qualified to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan." Upon hearing their words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan are really arrogant. Humph. At this time, Zhuge Yun snorted and took a step forward. As she took a step forward, light flashed all over her body. Then, a ray of sword light rose from the top of her head and whistled through the air. It brought with it an extremely terrifying aura of destruction as it swept forth. Oh no! Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's sudden attack. As for the others, they could not react in time. Faced with the terrifying sword ray, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu felt as though they could smell the scent of death. They hurriedly circulated their celestial origin energies and activated their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Apart from that, their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons quickly appeared in their hands as they desperately tried to block Zhuge Yun's sword ray. The two of them joined forces. Two boundless forces converged together and clashed with Zhuge Yun's sword light. Zhang Pingyi's energy was red in color. It was obvious he had fused his energy with the law of fire. As for Yuan Yu's energy, it was blue and white in color. It was clear he had fused his energy with the law of ice. Swoosh! The sword light swept out, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It met Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's joint attack head-on, destroying it as easily as crushing dry weeds. Following that, the sword ray that had depleted most of its energy split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu. Bang! Bang! Two ear-piercing sounds rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had blocked the sword ray's attack. When the defensive celestial weapons were destroyed, the sword ray's attack dissipated as well. However, the duo was still sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching, like red roses dotting the sky. "You have 10 breaths. If the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan don't come out, you'll die here today," Zhuge Yun said. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically. Both of them were celestial emperors. However, the woman in front of them had easily destroyed their joint attack and severely injured them with just a casual sword ray. Even the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan did not possess such strength. They would have lived in vain if they still could not figure out how powerful the woman in front of them was. "My lord, I'll send a message to the clan leader right away," Yuan Yu said hastily. Yuan Yu hurriedly said, as if he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, the woman before him would directly take his life with a single strike of her sword. She did not even use a celestial weapon when she had attacked earlier. It was not difficult to imagine how he would have died if the woman had really wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingyi had also sent a message to the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The atmosphere at the scene also became silent at this moment. "Huan when the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrive, you can show them your true form," Duan Lingtian said to Huan with a smile on his face. Huan true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. When the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrived, he would show them her true form. He wanted to see for himself. He wanted to see if the two clan leaders would dare to do anything to her. Swoosh! Swoosh! After about 5 breaths, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Following that, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhang Han Tian from the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. Yuan Ming Sun from the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. The middle-aged man and the old man with white eyebrows bowed at Zhuge Yun as soon as they appeared. Earlier, they had learned about Zhuge Yun's terrifying strength from the Grand Elder of the Phantom Fox clan. It seemed like Zhuge Yun was as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Huan At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Huan Er. In just a blink of an eye, a gigantic figure appeared behind Huan Er. It was a white fox that was as tall as a mountain. It had 9 tails and a cold aura. This is the expressions of the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, and the 9 elders changed drastically when they saw Huan Er's true form. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? The 11 of them stared at the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette with burning jealousy in their eyes. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. Once it was born, it would become the ruler of the Phantom Fox clan in the Devata realms. This generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in the Yuan clan's enemy, the Du clan. For this reason, the Yuan clan had tried everything to destroy this generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 32:53. When Yuan Ming Sun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan, saw the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huan Er, his eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, in fact, his celestial origin energy was also surging out of his body. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. In Yuan Mingxuan's life, the person he wanted to kill the most was the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. The current 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox belonged to the Du clan, and the Yuan clan had long been at odds with the Du clan. If the Du clan gained power, the Yuan clan would suffer even if they survived. He could not allow the appearance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to break the balance. What? You want to kill Huan Er? Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at Yuan Ming's son. Anyone who wanted to kill Huan Er was his enemy. Yuan Ming's son, don't forget about the 2 celestial emperors. Upon sensing Yuan Mingxuan's killing intent, Zhang Han, the clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan, said through voice transmission, "Do you think she would dare to use her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox form in front of us if she doesn't have any backing?" Earlier, Yuan Ming's son had been completely captivated by Huan Er's appearance. He had even lost his rationality. Now, with Zhang Hantian's reminder, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He shuddered and completely sobered up. "Oh, you want to kill Huan Er?" Zhuge Yun took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a cold light. When she looked at Yuan Mingxuan, she gave him a lot of pressure. Based on the words of the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming soon knew how terrifying Huan Er was. He knew he was no match for Huan Er. "May I know who you are?" Yuan Ming Sun asked in a deep voice. "I'm Zhuge Yun from the 1,000 Tribulations, Sword Sex Emosia progeny." Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. The moment Zhuge Yun's voice fell, both Yuan Mingxuan and Zhang Hantian's expressions changed completely. Although the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect was a force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, they were still familiar with the name. The 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force. Although the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect was only a Grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, its strength was still terrifying. It was not something a Grade 1 force like the Phantom Fox clan could compare to. Rumor had it that there were a few people in the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect who were as strong as titled Celestial Emperors. If 2 of them joined forces, they could easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. They were not familiar with the names of the other members of the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect, but they were familiar with 2 names. Zhuge Feng of the Ganjiang bloodline, Zhuge Yun of the Emosia bloodline. If they were alone, their strength would only be comparable to ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. However, if they joined forces, they could easily kill titled Celestial Emperors. You are Lady Zhuge Yun?" Zhang Hantian looked at Zhuge Yun in shock. Then, his gaze landed on the cold figure behind her. This lord, could it be Lord Zhuge Feng? "What do you think?" Zhuge Yun asked calmly. "Greetings, lords. I'm Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't know you were coming, so please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Zhang Hantian bowed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun at a 90-degree angle and respectfully bowed to them again. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not know it was Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Yun. If he had known, he would have come out immediately. Humph! Just as Zhang Hantian and Yuan Ming Sun were about to bow to Zhuge Yun harumphed coldly. In the next moment, as Zhuge Yun raised her hand, A sword ray whizzed out from her hand and headed straight for Yuan Mingxuan. The sword ray was none other than the MOCS Celestial Sword, one of the 10 great treasured swords of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Naturally, the MOCS Celestial Sword was different from the MOCS Celestial Sword in the Yanhuang realm. It was an emperor-grade celestial sword that the founder of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had hired someone to refine. Back then, the founder of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had hired someone to refine 10 emperor-grade celestial swords. Then, he traveled all over the Devata realms in search of weapon spirits for the swords. For this reason, the 10 emperor-grade celestial swords were much more powerful than ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were almost as powerful as divine weapons. In fact, ordinary divine weapons without weapon spirits were not as powerful as the emperor-grade celestial swords. Swoosh! The Moxie Immortal Sword was an immortal sword that emitted red light. Its entire body was blood red, as if there was blood flowing on it. It looked very strange. When Yuan Mingxun learned the 2 celestial emperors in front of him were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, he had been on high alert. He was afraid his actions earlier would anger them. Now that Zhuge Yun had made a move, Yuan Mingxun's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Lord Zhuge Yun, let's talk this out. Yuan Mingxun did not hold back as he used all his strength to block Zhuge Yun's MOCS Celestial Sword. Boom! Rumble! When Zhuge Yun's MOCS Celestial Sword collided with Yuan Mingxun's attack, the 2 forces collided. In an instant, a series of deafening roars resounded in the void, as if it was shaking the heavens and the earth. After Zhuge Yun's MOCS Celestial Sword destroyed Yuan Mingxun's attack, it continued to advance toward Yuan Mingxun. Yuan Mingxun's eyes flashed as his celestial origin energy surged again. At the same time, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, a wall appeared in front of Yuan Mingxuan. It was a wall that was completely formed by countless complicated talisman shadows. As soon as the wall appeared, it blocked Zhuge Yun's MOCS Celestial Sword. Even so, it had dimmed significantly. As expected of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade defensive celestial talisman. Zhuge Yun raised her hand, and the MOCS Celestial Sword returned to her hand. She looked at Yuan Mingxun mockingly. Lord Zhuge Yun, I didn't offend you, right? Why do you want to kill me? Although Yuan Mingxun had the defensive celestial talisman, he did not feel safe when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes. After all, Zhuge Feng was by Zhuge Yun's side. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would not matter how many defensive celestial talismans he had. At most, his defensive celestial talisman could only block the attacks of ordinary titled celestial emperors. Moreover, it could only block a limited number of attacks. Since you want to kill a disciple of the MOCS progeny, how can I let you live? Zhuge Yun sneered. Yuan Mingxun was taken aback by Zhuge Yun's words. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox whom he wanted to kill had become a disciple of the MOCS progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? After all, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were so famous that their progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were famous as well. However, there was only one person in both the Ganjiang progeny and Zhuge Yun's MOCS progeny. They were the progeny leaders. However, based on Zhuge Yun's words, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and the MOCS progeny. He knew he would not be able to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox today. Even if he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox progeny in the future, he would have to do it discreetly. Otherwise, if Zhuge Yun, the leader of the MOCS progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, made a move, the Phantom Fox progeny, the Yuan clan would be annihilated. Perhaps, Zhuge Yun alone was not strong enough to annihilate the Yuan clan. However, if Zhuge Feng made a move as well, the Yuan clan would not be able to stop him. Based on Yuan Ming's knowledge, Zhuge Feng was Zhuge Yun's twin brother. How could Zhuge Feng just stand by and watch? Swoosh! Yuan Mingxun's expression changed drastically when Zhuge Feng suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Mingxun. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out of his body toward Yuan Ming's son. Yuan Ming's son was so focused on Zhuge Yun that he did not even notice when Zhuge Feng appeared behind him. The result was obvious. With just one strike, Zhuge Feng had killed Yuan Ming's son. How fast? Duan Lingtian saw Zhuge Feng moving so quickly that it was no different from the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, he knew it was not the teleportation profundity, but Zhuge Feng's speed from the law of wind. He's too fast. Even if I use the law of space's teleportation profundity, he'll still be able to catch up to me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yuan Ming's son, the clan leader of the Yuan clan and the Phantom Fox clan, was killed in just a blink of an eye. However, the Yuan clan's elders, including Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, did not even dare to breathe when they saw their clan leader being killed. Since the man and woman in front of them were capable of killing their clan leader, it was only natural that they were capable of killing them as well. Even Zhang Han Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect his old rival, who had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, would die in front of him. Not only did Yuan Ming's son lose his life, but his cultivation base had also been reduced to ashes. At this moment, Zhang Han Tian could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. My lords, the Zhang clan will treat Miss Huan well in the future. We won't dare to do anything to her, Zhang Han Tian said solemnly. Zhang Han Tian expressed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun with a serious expression. He didn't want to follow in Yuan Mingshuan's footsteps. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he did not want to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had treated the Zhang clan like the Du clan, the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Du clan was not as tense as the relationship between the Yuan clan and the Du clan. If he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well, he would have done the same when the woman revealed the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette earlier. Seniors, the Yuan clan will no longer make a move on the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3254. Yuan Ming's son was one of the two strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan. His strength was close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Even so, he had still died in Zhuge Feng's hands. Although Zhuge Feng had launched a sneak attack on Yuan Ming's son, the members of the Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Han Tian, were well aware that Zhuge Feng were in a disadvantageous position. If Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, they would not be able to kill Yuan Ming's son even if there were 10 Yuan Ming's sons. For this reason, Zhang Han Tian and the others lowered their heads, afraid that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun would vent their anger on them. If I find out that any of you dare to harm Huan in the future, I'll annihilate any clan that dares to harm Huan. Zhuge Yun said coldly as she glared at Zhang Han Tian and the others. Don't worry, my lord. We won't dare to harm Miss Huan, or even if we have the courage to do so. Zhang Han Tian smiled bitterly. Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, chimed in. My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not dare to hesitate at all. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he hesitated. I hope you'll keep your word. Zhuge Yun looked at Zhang Han Tian and the others meaningfully before she turned around and left with Duan Lingtian, Huan and Zhuge Feng. Zhang Han Tian and the others only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and the others had left. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces. Clan leader, it seems like that woman is the one I sent Zhang Jinyi to test. I heard them calling her Huan earlier. Zhang Pingyi, the grand elder of the Zhang clan, said with a bitter smile on his face. It's useless to talk about that now. I didn't expect the current generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to have a connection with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. If he had a choice, he did not want to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Moreover, to a certain extent, that woman represented the strongest force in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, and the other elders of the Yuan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They bade farewell to Zhang Han Tian and returned to their clans. Their Yuan clan's patriarch being killed was undoubtedly a huge matter to their clan. In the following period of time, the Yuan clan was destined to not be peaceful. Patriarch. Zhang Pingyi looked at Zhang Han Tian with a gleam in his eyes. Now that the Yuan clan patriarch is dead, the Yuan clan will be in trouble. Should we take this opportunity to seize those immortal crystal veins? Even though the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan were both members of the Phantom Fox clan, there were still some conflicts between them. It was just that they did not escalate to the point where it was too serious. Of course I won't miss such a good opportunity, Zhang Hantian said with a faint smile. At the same time, his expression turned solemn as he said to Zhang Pingyi, Grand Elder, please pass down my order. In the future, no patriarch of the Zhang clan is allowed to target the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Furthermore, if you see someone from the Yuan clan trying to harm the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, you must do your best to help them. If you don't have enough strength, you must inform the clan. When Zhang Hantian finished speaking, he looked at the Yuan clan's estate meaningfully before he continued to say, I hope the Yuan clan is still interested in the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If we help the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, who knows, we might even be able to befriend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Zhang Hantian's eyes as he spoke. It seems like I'll have to prepare a generous gift for the main Du clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them. Zhang Hantian muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. On the other side, Duan Lingtian, although the Phantom Fox clan doesn't have a titled Celestial Emperor, it's only because there are no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years. There must be some old fellows in the spirit overarching heaven and the spirit overarching heaven. Zhuge Yun said to Duan Lingtian, therefore, unless they cross the line, it's not appropriate for us to annihilate them. Duan Lingtian felt chills running up his spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Did Zhuge Yun intend to annihilate the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory? The Phantom Fox clan was a grade 1 force, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his cultivation base was still incomparable to Zhuge Yun's, even though he had improved a lot recently. Senior, this is enough. I'm sure the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to do anything to Huan in the future. Duan Lingtian said, is there anywhere else you want to go now? Zhuge Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's return. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I want to look for my mother. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he turned to Zhuge Yun and said, Senior, why don't we make another trip to the Phantom Fox clan? I want to ask them if they know where Huan's mother is. All right. Zhuge Yun did not have any objections. Huan was a disciple of the Emosia progeny, and she liked Huan very much. As for Zhuge Feng, he did not have any objections. Unless he stayed in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he would leave the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect whenever Zhuge Yun went out. After all, he would not allow his twin sister to wander around alone. Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan, did not expect Duan Lingtian and the others would return. This time, he respectfully invited Duan Lingtian and the others into the main hall of the Zhang clan. Then, he asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully, Lords, why have you returned? Both Zhuge Yun and Zhang Hantian looked at Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Zhang, do you know Du Xian from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Zhang Hantian. Du Xian? Zhang Hantian's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sir, why are you asking about Du Xian? Do you know Du Xian? Du Xian is Huan's mother, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huan. Then, he looked at Zhang Hantian meaningfully and said, based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Huan's mother, Du Xian. Is she really Du Xian's daughter? Zhang Hantian looked at Huan with a complicated expression on his face. He could not help but sigh. Sin. Sin? Duan Lingtian frowned. Huan who was standing at the side, looked at Zhang Hantian and asked, You know my mother? Of course. I'm afraid no one in the Phantom Fox clan knows about your mother. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. Speaking of which, your mother and I are friends. She's my childhood friend. Before the Du clan left the spirit overarching heaven and moved to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Du clan's residence was near the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. At that time, she was so beautiful. Zhang Hantian paused for a moment before he continued to say, She was so beautiful. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Zhang Han Tian's eyes as he spoke. Back then, Du Xian was very charming. Zhang Han Tian had pursued Du Xian before, but she had rejected him. Nevertheless, it did not affect their friendship at all. Back then, Du Xian was rejected by the Du clan and had left the Jade Emperor Heaven to seek help from Zhang Han Tian. However, he did not expect the current Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to be Du Xian's daughter. Now that I think about it, you do resemble Du Xian. However, compared to your mother, you're more beautiful. You also resemble your father a lot. Zhang Han Tian said. You know my father? Huan Er's eyes widened as she asked in shock. Your mother went to look for your father. Zhang Han Tian said with a sigh. I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they've offended a heaven-grade force. It's unlikely that the heaven-grade force will tolerate them. A heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Huan Er's mother would be involved with a heaven-grade force. After all, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was only a heaven-grade force when it was at its peak. Clan leader Zhang, can you explain it to me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He did not understand Zhang Han Tian's words at all. How was Huan Er's mother related to a heaven-grade force? Moreover, Huan Er's father seemed to be involved as well. Huan Er's mother, Du Xian, was the most beautiful woman in the Phantom Fox clan. She had many suitors in the Phantom Fox clan. Even I was one of her pursuers back then. Zhang Han Tian said. However, the man who won her heart wasn't a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Instead, he was a prodigy from a heaven-grade force. Of course, that's not the main point. The most important thing is that the sect where the prodigy from a heaven-grade force is from has already arranged a marriage for him with a prodigy from another heaven-grade force. However, the prodigy from the heaven-grade force unilaterally broke the marriage contract. Not only did the prodigy from the heaven-grade force behind the prodigy from the heaven-grade force, but the prodigy from the heaven-grade force chased the prodigy out of the clan. Du Xian came to look for me because she wanted to find out more about the prodigy from the heaven-grade force. After that, she went to the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force was to look for the prodigy. Zhang Han Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Huan Er and continued to say, however, I didn't expect them to have a daughter. Moreover, it's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What a sin. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. He still remembered that not long after Du Xian left, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven had expelled Du Xian from the Du clan. This was because they were worried that the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force would implicate them if Du Xian was one of them. If the Du clan finds out that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox they've been looking for is actually Du Xian's daughter, I wonder what they'll think. Although everyone in the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in their clan, they only knew that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a descendant of the Du clan. Chapter 3255. Which heaven-grade force is it? Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly when he saw how pale Huan Er's face had turned when she heard Zhang Han Tian's words. Du Xian went to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Her father was handed over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhang Han Tian glanced at Huan Er when he finished speaking. The Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er remained indifferent when they heard the name of the heaven-grade force. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. He wanted to ask them if they had heard of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but when he saw their expressions, he realized the Heavenly Pool Palace was not as simple as it seemed. Senior, Progeny Master, based on your expressions, is the Heavenly Pool Palace very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased slightly before she said to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on her face, the Heavenly Pool Palace's strength is only above average among heaven-grade forces. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace's strength lies in the strength of its titled celestial emperors. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is the grandfather of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He's one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. This is the most terrifying thing about the heavenly pool palace. Zhuge Yun said. That's right. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhang Hantian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face, most importantly, Du Xian's husband rejected the marriage with the daughter of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. It's said that his daughter is deeply loved by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. When Du Xian's husband broke the engagement, the heavenly emperor was infuriated. Although Du Xian's husband was supported by a heaven-grade force, the heavenly emperor still chased him out and handed him over to the heavenly pool palace. Clearly, Zhang Hantian knew quite a bit about Du Xian, heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, one of the top 10 on the heavenly monarch ranking. It had been 200 years since Duan Lingtian came to the Devata realms, so he knew a lot about the Devata realms. One of them was the heavenly emperor ranking of the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian had never seen the list before, he knew only the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were listed on it. In any Devata realm, which heavenly emperor was not the most powerful existence in their respective Devata realms? And to be able to squeeze into the top 10 of a heavenly emperor, one could imagine how strong one needed to be. Since the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly emperor ranking, it means he's one of the top 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. It was not difficult for him to imagine how terrifying the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was. Huan Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand. He could clearly sense the change in her emotions. As for Du Xian's husband, he's from the heavenly sword mountain of the solitary destructive heaven. Zhang Hantian glanced at Zhuge Yun before he continued to say, My lord, you should know that the heavenly sword mountain is a force of sword celestials. Yes. Zhuge Yun nodded. Most of the heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven were sword celestials. The heavenly sword mountain is one of the 2 heaven-grade forces of sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Hantian mention the solitary destructive heaven, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who had died because of him. Duan Lingtian had never met Feng Qingyang before, but he had always treated Feng Qingyang as his master. The sovereign heart sword that Duan Lingtian had obtained when he was in the Saint Province realm was Feng Qingyang's legacy. Not long ago, he had refused to acknowledge Feng Qingyang as his master in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect because of Feng Qingyang. I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is safe in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, I'll kill Yun Qingyin and uproot the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent when he thought about Feng Qingyang. It was as though he was about to devour someone. That's all I know. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. He looked at Huan and said, Girl, you shouldn't interfere in your parents' affairs for now. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. Your mother is still alive. Zhang Hantian took out a soul pearl and handed it to Huan This is your mother's soul pearl. Mother. Huan took the soul pearl and rubbed it with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. Girl, I advise you not to act rashly before you become a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Hantian could see Huan intention of going to the boundless heaven to look for Du Xian. Thank you, clan leader Zhang. After thanking Zhang Hantian, Duan Lingtian held Huan hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate, the atmosphere was a little tense. Brother Lingtian, I want to go to the boundless heaven, Huan said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Huan wanted to explore the boundless heaven's heavenly pool, so he did not refuse. He could understand Huan feelings, so he did not refuse. No. Duan Lingtian's words were quickly cut off by Zhuge Yun. With your current strength, you'll only be courting death if you go to the boundless heaven's heavenly pool. You can't go, Zhuge Yun said in a deep voice. Senior. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He was about to persuade Zhuge Yun when Zhuge Yun interrupted him. I understand Huan feelings, but you can't go. Let's return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect first. You and Huan will stay in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhuge Feng and I will go and gather information for you. Zhuge Yun said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. It would be best if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were willing to help Huan enter the boundless heaven. After all, the duo could even kill a titled celestial emperor if they joined forces. It would not be difficult for them to gather information in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew Zhuge Yun could have ignored them because of this matter, but she still did. This was a great favor. Huan Zhuge Feng and I will make a trip to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven to inquire about your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll bring her back to reunite with you. Zhuge Yun said to Huan Thank you, progenitor Zhuge Yun. Huan thanked Zhuge Yun profusely. On their way back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heavens, Nando territory, Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun, Senior, do you know about the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression changed slightly. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about the Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. I have an elder who was forced to enter the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile on his face. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that only those who are ranked in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking are able to come out alive from there. Moreover, that's without entering the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said solemnly, unless your elder has attained godhood, it's impossible for him to come out alive. However, recently, there's someone who managed to come out of the Azura Hell even though he hasn't attained godhood. Moreover, it's very likely that he has entered the Azura Hell. Zhuge Yun said as though she had just recalled something. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If someone managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive without attaining godhood, it was likely that Feng Qingyang had come out alive as well. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Zhuge Yun replied. Huh. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He did not expect Zhuge Yun to be talking about Feng Qingyang. Follow Weibo. Public username. Feng Qingyang, the creator of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Huan Feng Tianwu, and the others. When I'm free, I'll update some news about important people including Feng Qingyang. Senior. Are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out alive? Duan Lingtian asked with a dazed expression on his face. I'm sure. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of respect could be seen in her eyes as she said, not only did he come out of the Azura Hell, but he even returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, a relieved smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He had been worried that something would happen to Feng Qingyang because of him. Now that he knew Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell alive, he sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the transporting formation and returned to the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It did not take long for them to return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. During their journey, Duan Lingtian thought about going to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. However, in the end, he rejected the idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I'm sure he must have left behind many legacies in various places. In this vast world, I'm only one of his many successors. Moreover, the legacies I obtained are only legacies from the mundane realms. It's nothing. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of looking for Feng Qingyang in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Initially, he wanted to find Feng Qingyang to ask for Feng Qingyang's help in dealing with her parents. But on second thought, that was the Celestial Emperor. How could he possibly help just because he wanted him to? After Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left for the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 3256. Don't worry, Huan Your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to Ganjiang Peak. He comforted her as they walked up the steps leading to the entrance of Ganjiang Peak. Brother Lingtian, do you think anything will happen to my father? In the past, Huan only knew she had a mother and did not know about her father's existence. Now that she knew about her father, it was only natural for her to think more about it. I'm sure he'll be fine, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It's just a matter of ruining an engagement. I don't think your father will have to pay with his life, right? Perhaps they'll just imprison your father and force him to face the wall in the heavenly pool palace. Although Duan Lingtian said so, he did not think so in his heart. The heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force, had the backing of the boundless heavens' heavenly emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly sword mountain from the solitary destructive heaven would not have handed her father over to the heavenly pool palace. Huan, all you can do now is cultivate diligently and wait for news from the two branch masters. If your father is really imprisoned, your mother might not be able to save him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you. Naturally, Brother Lingtian will help you as well. With Duan Lingtian's comforting words, Huan calmed down. However, her eyes were filled with determination as she said, Brother Lingtian, I want to become stronger. All this while, she had never been obsessed with becoming stronger. When Duan Lingtian was weaker than her, she was still motivated to become stronger because she thought she could help Duan Lingtian. Ever since Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed her, she had more or less slacked off when it came to cultivation. However, after learning about her parents' predicament, she became even more determined to cultivate. All right, Brother Lingtian will cultivate with you. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Lingtian that he could use any place on Ganjiang Peak as his training ground. The entire Ganjiang Peak was empty because of Zhuge Feng's absence. Because of this, the world energy in Ganjiang Peak was much denser than the world energy in Taia Peak. In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered a dilapidated stone platform on one side of the cliff halfway up Ganjiang Peak. Behind the stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave was a dusty abode. Clearly, it was a place where someone used to cultivate. Because this place was secluded enough, Duan Lingtian had chosen this place to cultivate on Ganjiang Peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing in the cave, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand a few times. Suddenly, waves of wind swept out from his hand, rolling up all the dust in the cave and bringing it out of the cave. In an instant, the originally dusty cave abode became clean and tidy. Let's cultivate here, Huan. After greeting Huan, Duan Lingtian sat down on the stone bed in the cave. Huan sat beside him. During cultivation, Duan Lingtian intentionally drew out the world energy in his little world. However, he only distributed it around him and Huan. Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to control this when he was cultivating. For this reason, he asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In Duan Lingtian's little world, the divine tree of life that had transformed into a towering tree stood in the middle. Two Ning dragons could be seen prostrating under the tree. They looked like they were sleeping, but in truth, they were cultivating. 5 rays of energy of different colors that resembled rays of sunlight could be seen swimming around the divine tree of life. These were none other than the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world had evolved to the 6th form. However, it was difficult for them to evolve to the 7th form with the world energy from the ruins of realms of gods that had accumulated in Duan Lingtian's little world. If they wanted to break through again, there was only one way for them to do so, and that was to devour the other corresponding divine elements. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour profound divine metal. The other divine elements were useless to it. It was the same for the other 4 divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the 5 divine elements fighting among themselves. Little Tian, I've spoken to them. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master. However, they want you to promise to return their freedom after you become a god. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Actually, after you become gods, they won't be of much use to you anymore. So, I think you can agree to them. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian successfully signed a master-servant contract with the two Ning dragons in his little world. The two Ning dragons were not the only ones who had to fulfill their promise. Even Duan Lingtian had to fulfill his promise and return their freedom after he became a god. Roar! Roar! Although the two Ning dragons greeted Duan Lingtian after they acknowledged him as their master, Duan Lingtian could not understand what they were saying. However, this was not important. More importantly, even though the Ning dragon couldn't understand what he was saying, it was certain that the Ning dragon wouldn't recognize the wrong person if he asked it to attack. This was the most important thing to Duan Lingtian. Nothing else mattered to him. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian began to absorb the world energy in his little world to cultivate. A year later, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun returned. Senior, did you manage to find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush when he saw them again. Zhuge Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Huan Er's father is still alive. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's eyes lit up when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. That's good news. However, there's another piece of bad news. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's expressions stiffened when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. Huan Er's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said. Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. This was indeed bad news for them. In other words, Huan Er's father and mother were currently imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven. Senior, do you know what happened to them? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun. Although he did not think Huan Er's parents would be a guest in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not think the Heavenly Pool Palace would treat them kindly. I don't know. Zhuge Yun shook her head. To find out more, we even paid a visit to the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the name of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I tried to sound him out, but he refused to talk about it. It's clear he's wary of me. Zhuge Yun said. However, based on the Grand Elder's tone, it's impossible for Huan Er's parents to be treated well in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Huan Er's expression changed drastically. A hint of worry could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. It seemed like even if Huan Er's parents were still alive, they must have been tortured. He wondered how the Heavenly Pool Palace would deal with them. Brother Lingtian, I want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huan Er said resolutely as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Huan Er, we definitely want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we need to think about it carefully. Even the seniors don't know anything about the Heavenly Pool Palace, let alone us. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing this, Huan Er fell silent. She knew Duan Lingtian was right. If you really want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, there's a chance. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace will recruit new disciples. The next recruitment will be held in 12 years. Anyone below the age of 1,000 who can pass the Heavenly Pool Palace's test will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. People with different cultivation bases and ages will face different tests. It won't be difficult for both of you to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. Huan Er's eyes lit up. Join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Huan Er's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Although he was tempted, he did not think it was a good idea to join the Heavenly Pool Palace since they had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's hesitation, Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you're not joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. You're only here to investigate Huan Er's parents. You're still a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Ganjiang progeny and Xie progeny will always welcome you back. Zhuge Yun said. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept Zhuge Yun's kindness. Thank you, progeny leader. Huan Er looked at Zhuge Yun solemnly and said, I'll always be a member of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Xie progeny. This will never change. Me too. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not been in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect for a long time, He still treated the Thousand Tribulations sword sect as his home because of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, a home that he could return to at any time. Go on. Zhuge Yun casually tossed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Then, she waved her hand and said, "On our way back, we've decided to send you to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be useful to you." After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he saw more than 10 celestial talismans in it. His expression turned grave immediately. The celestial talismans given by Zhuge Yun were not ordinary celestial talismans. The Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the boundless territory in the boundless heaven. Once you arrive at the transporting formation, you can head straight to the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a huge area. Once you're there, you can ask for directions to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Chapter 32:57. The Boundless Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The Boundless Territory was the largest territory in the Boundless Heaven. It was also where the powerhouses of the Boundless Heaven gathered. In the Boundless Territory, celestial emperors and celestial lords were everywhere. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven, was located at the east of the Boundless Territory. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength was only above average among the heaven-grade forces in the Boundless Territory, let alone the heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace was the most powerful heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven. After all, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the Heavenly Pool Palace's backer. For this reason, even if other heaven-grade forces were stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace, as long as the Heavenly Pool Palace didn't go too far, they wouldn't do anything to the Heavenly Pool Palace out of respect for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. 12 years later, the Heavenly Pool Palace would be recruiting disciples. For this reason, a large group of people had already gathered outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. These people were all waiting for the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony that would be held 12 years later. Some of them were brought here by their elders, while others came alone. There were both men and women. The only thing they had in common was that they were all younger than 1,000 years old. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace only recruited disciples younger than 1,000 years old. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were eligible to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Naturally, the test was different for people of different ages and cultivation bases. There are still 12 years left. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and looked at Huan who was standing next to him. He comforted her softly. "Huan let's find a place nearby and cultivate for 12 years before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test." Huan nodded slightly. However, her eyes remained fixed on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for a long time. The Heavenly Pool Palace's estate was hidden behind the clouds. One could only see its silhouette. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and led her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, Huan would stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace for an entire day. After all, her parents were most likely in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a nearby mountain range. Finally, he opened up a cave abode on the side of a cliff and began his secluded cultivation for the next 12 years. "Huan calm down. How can you cultivate in your current state?" Just as Duan Lingtian was about to start cultivating, he noticed that Huan body was still trembling. "Brother Lingtian, I have a strong feeling my mother and father are in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can clearly feel that my bloodline isn't calm. Even so, we still have to wait 12 years before we can enter." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Huan Huan listen to Brother Lingtian. Calm down and focus on your cultivation. After 12 years, the more outstanding your performance in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, the higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be, and you'll be accepted as a disciple. The higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the more you'll know. Moreover, they'll be more powerful. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan expression turned solemn. She quickly immersed herself in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Then, he narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water to help him set up a formation to prevent the spiritual energy in the heavenly pool palace from leaking out. This was to prevent others from discovering the secret of the little world in his body. I can imagine that if someone discovers the secret of my small world, even if they can't transfer my small world to their own body, even if they can't transfer the spiritual energy of the universe to their own small world, I will definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. My current cultivation base is still too low. If nothing goes wrong, I'll definitely be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in 12 years. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength was largely due to the profundities of the law and the 5 divine elements. His cultivation base was only a 3-talent celestial lord. Moreover, he had broken through in God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. 12 years passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. 12 years later, outside the heavenly pool palace's estate in the boundless territory, many people had gathered. There were men, women, young people, middle-aged people, and old people. The leader of these people was a gray-clad old woman. The gray-clad old woman was skinny. She wore a gray overcoat that seemed empty. She looked as though she would fall to the ground at any moment. However, her eyes were exceptionally sharp, as though they could pierce through anything. I'm Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion. The old woman stood in front of a group of people as she looked at the crowd gathered in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion? She's the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion? The Sword Trial Pavilion of the Heavenly Pool Palace is responsible for recruiting new disciples and assessing new disciples. Previously, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion was the one in charge of the assessment. Why is the Pavilion Master here this time? She's Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor? That's right. She's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She's the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Rumor has it that the merciless Celestial Emperor is very powerful. She has killed more than 5 titled Celestial Emperors. I've also heard that the merciless Celestial Emperor is ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The gray-clad old woman, Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, caused an uproar among the crowd. Those who were unaware of Lei Ying's identity immediately regained their senses when they heard her title. So she's the merciless Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Heavens! The merciless Celestial Emperor is known for her ruthlessness. She's going to be the one in charge of the assessment this time. She was the one who presided over the assessment 10,000 years ago. That time, the number of new disciples accepted was less than 1/5 of the usual number. Why are we so unlucky? Many people who were not confident in their strength smiled wryly when they learned that Lei Ying was the one presiding over the assessment this time. Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, the merciless Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introduction. 12 years ago, when he had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had done some research on the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he knew all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There were 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying was one of them. Her title was Merciless. It was said that she was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huaner, we're quite lucky. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion rarely presides over the assessment. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, as long as we perform well, we'll be noticed by her. If she can accept you as her disciple, with her status, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about your parents. Although Huan was not wearing a bamboo hat, she still wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, even with the veil, it only concealed a small part of her beauty. Even with the veil, she still looked beautiful and alluring. It was just that her beauty was not as exaggerated as when she was not wearing a veil. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, said, "Next, I'll set up an age measuring formation to cover an area of 3 miles in front of us." As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Lang finished speaking, the people who had escorted the juniors to the Heavenly Pool Palace quickly retreated from the area within 3 miles. In just a blink of an eye, only 6,000 people were left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was not that there were not many people participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, but the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment was very strict. Those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the assessment. Under normal circumstances, about 600 people would be left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, was personally presiding over the assessment, it would be considered good if 100 people were left in the assessment. Swoosh, swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lei Ying raised her hand and tossed a formation compass out. The formation compass covered an area of 3 miles in front of the 6,000 people. However, there was no reaction when the formation enveloped them. Upon seeing this, Lei Ying withdrew the formation compass and looked at the 6,000 people in front of her. "Now, you'll be divided into groups according to your age. Those who are below 100 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 100 and 200 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 300 and 400 years old, stand over there." After Lei Ying finished speaking, she divided the remaining 6,000 people into 10 groups. Each group represented a different age. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian and the others began to make their moves. For this reason, she was still with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she moved to the group where the people between 200 and 300 years old were supposed to stand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 6,000 people moved in unison. It did not take long before they were divided into 10 groups. The number of people in each group was different. The most people in each group were below 100 years old, and the least were between 900 and 1,000 years old. It seems like most people want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace when they're young. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Chapter 3258. A person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace before the age of 100 and was nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace would not be able to compare to a person who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace when he was almost 1,000 years old. To a certain extent, the latter had already lost at the starting line. Let me emphasize again. This is the place for those below the age of 100. Over there is the place for those between the age of 100 and 200. Over there. Lei Ying looked at the people who were divided into 10 groups before she said again, "The test for each group is different. Therefore, you must stand in the right place." As soon as Lei Ying said this, 6 people immediately moved to the place where the people under 100 years old were standing. These 6 people, are they trying to take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this, and he faintly realized that they were going to be in trouble. He did not think these 6 people were below the age of 100. If they were really below the age of 100, why did they only go there now? Swoosh. After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Ying took out another disc array. This disc array was clearly different from the previous disc array. The formation plate rose into the air and transformed into 10 halos in just a blink of an eye that shrouded the people in the 10 groups. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw halos appearing above the heads of more than 10 people in the group who were below the age of 100. However, the same thing did not happen to the people in the other groups. These fellows, they didn't even know the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace's test, and yet, they came here? They're digging their own graves. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the people with halos above their heads. His eyes were filled with pity. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying turned to look at the people with halos above their heads. "The 13 of you have failed the test," Lei Ying said indifferently. Just as the 13 people were about to leave, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Lei Ying. With a wave of his hand, 13 waves of energy shot out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to defend themselves. However, even with their full strength, they could not withstand the middle-aged man's attack. In just a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust by the middle-aged man's attack. Immortal Emperor. Duan Lingtian could tell that the middle-aged man had the strength of a celestial emperor. Among the 13 people, the strongest was only a two-formed celestial lord. It was impossible for them to block the attack of this celestial emperor, even if it was just a casual attack that was divided into 13 parts. As the 13 people were killed, many people were frightened. Some people who were prepared to go to the place where the group of people under 100 years old were standing were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had almost died because of a single mistake. Go. Just as Lei Ying's voice sounded in everyone's ears, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 10 figures stepping out from behind Lei Ying. Even the middle-aged man who had attacked earlier had come out at this moment. However, unlike the other 9 people, he went to the side of the 900 to 1,000 years old people. When the group of people saw the middle-aged man approaching them and staring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, their expressions all changed. Boom! Rumble. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the 10 people made their moves one after another, launching attacks that enveloped the people in each group. The sky was filled with all kinds of different colored energies. Like a storm, they rained down. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 3 celestial emperors and 7 celestial lords among the 10 people who had attacked earlier. The 3 celestial emperors were responsible for the people above the age of 700. As for the 7 celestial lords, they were responsible for the people below the age of 700. Moreover, the older the celestial lord was, the stronger he was. For example, in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group, the celestial lord was only a 6 combos celestial lord. Although the 6 combos celestial lord had comprehended quite a few profundities, he was still incomparable to Huan Er, let alone Duan Lingtian. Huan Er, break his attack. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan Er. A 6 combos celestial lord was not a threat to them at all. Yes, brother Lingtian, Huan Er replied. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan Er made her move. Space energy surged out of her body as she rose into the air. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Huan Er made her move. She easily destroyed the Celestial Lord's attack. The Celestial Lord was a young man. His expression changed drastically when he saw Huan Er's attack. How could a person who was not even 300 years old break through his attack? Although he did not use his full strength, he had used at least 70 to 80% of his strength. After all, there were many people in the group. If he held back, he would not be able to pressure them. Again, the young man narrowed his eyes and exerted his full strength again. This time, he targeted Huan Er with his attack. The commotion earlier had attracted Lei Ying's attention. She looked at Huan Er with a shocked expression on her face. Boom! Under Lei Ying's gaze, Huan Er made her move again. Violent spatial energy shattered the Celestial Lord's attack like a bolt of lightning. Barf! The Celestial Lord's attack injured the Celestial Lord, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This, unlike the other groups who were busy resisting the pressure, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group looked at Huan Er in shock. The white-clad woman with a veil was so strong. Moreover, she was not even 300 years old. He was not even 300 years old, but he was already so strong. Even the peerless geniuses in the heavenly pool palace couldn't compare to him. Good. Lei Ying was not angry when she saw the Celestial Lord's attack. Instead, she looked at Huan Er with a burning gaze. You've advanced to the next round, Lei Ying said as she looked at Huan Er. At the same time, she gestured for Huan Er to stand to the side. She no longer needed to endure the pressure. Naturally, with Huan Er's strength, she would only put more pressure on the Celestial Lord if she continued to endure the pressure. After the Celestial Lord consumed a celestial pill to heal his injuries, he looked at Huan Er warily before he shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian and the others. His eyes flashed coldly as his aura fluctuated. It was clear he wanted to vent his anger on the people in front of him. Swoosh! The Celestial Lord's celestial origin energy surged out of the young man's body. At the same time, he boosted his strength with the profundities of a law he had comprehended. This is bad. That fellow was defeated by the white-clad woman earlier. He's trying to take revenge on us. Why would he want to take revenge on us? We're not the ones who defeated him. Do you think he's capable of taking revenge on the white-clad woman with her strength? Naturally, he can only pick on the weak ones. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old, but she's stronger than that young man. Even among the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace, not many have such strength, right? The group of people around Duan Lingtian felt the pressure from the young man's aura. All of them tried their best to resist the young man's aura. Just as the group of people gritted their teeth and resisted, Duan Lingtian finally raised his hand and casually pressed it upward. In just an instant, boom, rumble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. His violent spatial energy transformed into a gray python as it shot toward the young man's oppressive force. Following Huan Er's action, it shattered the young man's oppressive force. Barf. The young man miserably spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, even Lei Ying could not help but lose her composure. She was dumbstruck. First, there was a monstrous genius. Now, there was another monstrous genius? On the other hand, the people around Duan Lingtian were dumbfounded as well. Since when were there so many monstrous geniuses? Were they really not even 300 years old? Senior, can I stand over there? Duan Lingtian asked Lei Ying, who was still in a daze, as he pointed at Huan Er. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lei Ying nodded in a daze. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad woman. When Lei Ying saw Duan Lingtian walking toward Huan Er and Huan Er holding his hand, she could tell the two of them were together. Who are they? Lei Ying could not help but be wary of the appearance of two monstrous geniuses whose innate talent was on par with most of the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They're so strong. Are they really not even 300 years old? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's performance. The young man was in the worst state. Although he had consumed a celestial healing pill, his recovery speed was still slower than his injuries. You can go and rest now. Lei Ying glanced at the young man and said indifferently, Yes, Lord Palace Master. After the young man left, another person took his place. The new person's expression was grave as he looked at the remaining people. He was very worried that among this group of people between 200 and 300 years old, there would be another monster like the purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman. However, he soon discovered he was worried for nothing. Who are the two of you? Lei Ying asked in a low voice as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Senior, what do you mean by that? Since we're here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, it's only natural that we're sexless cultivators. Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Ying in confusion, as though he did not understand her words. What's your name? Lei Ying asked again. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied, Senior, is there a problem? Perhaps the Heavenly Pool Palace won't accept us? If they won't accept us, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade organization. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he held Huan Er's hand and flew away. In just a blink of an eye, they had traveled a few miles. Come back. Chapter 32:59. The purple-clad young man and the white-clad young woman were not even 300 years old, but they were already strong enough to defeat a 6-combos celestial lord. Moreover, the 6-combos celestial lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was still much stronger than an ordinary 6-combos celestial lord. Even then, he was still weaker than them. In the current generation of the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people below the age of 300 who were as strong as them. For this reason, Lei Ying suspected Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities. With their innate talents, they would definitely be heavily nurtured by any heaven-grade force. Senior, we chose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we know the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force. Duan Lingtian said solemnly when he heard Lei Ying's words. As long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying said. Lei Ying had only suspected Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities out of instinct. On second thought, regardless of their identities, since they were here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, as long as they did not violate the rules, she had no reason to reject them. Duan Lingtian and Huan stood at the side and watched as the remaining people endured the pressure from the 10 celestial emperors and celestial lords. In the end, some people could no longer withstand the pressure and vomited blood. And these people were all eliminated. In the end, only about 1,000 people were left. At the same time, the 10 celestial emperors who had pressured them retreated. The 1,000 of you have passed the first round of selection. Lei Ying looked at the remaining 1,000 people and said indifferently, the second round of selection will be held here as well. Just like before, you'll be divided into 10 groups. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the group of people between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan returned, the people in their group greeted them warmly. As long as one was not a fool, one would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian and Huan would definitely join the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their achievements at such a young age, they'll definitely be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace. How enviable! There's nothing to be envious about. Who asked us to be inferior to others? In any case, no matter what you think, I'm convinced. I can't help but be impressed. They're not even 300 years old, but they're already so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people who are younger than 300 years old who are as strong as them. Most importantly, they're here to join the Heavenly Pool Palace's entrance examination. This means they didn't receive any cultivation resources from heaven-grade forces in the past. They should have had some fortuitous encounters. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, their talent and comprehension must be extremely monstrous. Duan Lingtian nodded at the person who greeted him. As for Huan, she did not even look at the people around her. Soon after, the second round of the assessment began. The second round of assessment was to break through the restrictions of the array. The first 500 people to break through the array would advance to the third round of assessment. Half of the people will be eliminated in the second round. Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lei Ying's explanation of the second round of the assessment. Those who were eliminated did not leave and stayed behind to watch the second round of the assessment. 500 people out of 1,000 will have to stay behind. Moreover, they'll have to participate in the third round of the assessment. Even if I stayed behind, I wouldn't be able to last until the end. The merciless Celestial Emperor really lives up to her reputation. It seems like those who pass the assessment and enter the Heavenly Pool Palace are younger than 100 years old. However, compared to the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment is more direct. The stronger one is, the earlier they'll be able to break through the second round. Soon, under Lei Ying's arrangement, 40 people walked out from behind him. They were in groups of 4 and stood around a group of examinees, surrounding them in a quadrangular formation. It was obvious the 4 people would work together to form the formation. Let's begin. Following Lei Ying's indifferent words, the 40 people split into groups of 4 and began to set up formations. Various colors and surging energies that resembled boiling water combined together in a bizarre manner and swept towards the 1,000 people who were participating in the second round of the examination. All of you may move now. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, 998 people among the 1,000 people began to move, trying to break through the formation. However, even after a long time had passed, none of them managed to break through the formation. Duan Lingtian and Huan remained motionless. Just as Lei Ying was wondering why the duo was still standing there, she saw the duo vanishing into thin air at almost the same time. She was shocked to see Duan Lingtian and Huan vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, they were not far away from her. The teleportation profundity? Lei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She knew what it meant. Although the 4 people who formed the formation to trap Duan Lingtian and Huan were only celestial lords, they had comprehended many profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for them to break through the formation unless they had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. In other words, one of the 2 people in front of her had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. You're violating the rules. Lei Ying glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan indifferently before she said, "You're not allowed to bring anyone out. Everyone has to rely on their own strength to break through the formation. Which one of you managed to break through the teleportation profundity? As for the other one, I'll send you back to the formation so you can retake the assessment." Lei Ying said. Although Duan Lingtian and Huan were strong enough to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying still allowed them to join the Heavenly Pool Palace because she wanted to see their performance. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duan Lingtian and Huan exchanged a look before Huan teleported back to the formation. Without waiting for Lei Ying to react, Duan Lingtian teleported out of the formation and appeared in the formation before he exited again. They've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was slightly taken aback. She did not expect this outcome at all. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan performance. "I didn't expect to meet two such talented people in this assessment. When I was less than 300 years old, I couldn't even compare to them." "Me too." Duan Lingtian and Huan were the first to pass the second round of the assessment. Although Lei Ying and the others were not surprised, they were still shocked by the way the two of them passed the second round of the assessment. After about 15 minutes, the first person finally came out of the formation. During this time, Duan Lingtian observed the 10 formations in front of him and discovered there were differences in strength among them. Those who were younger than 100 years old had the weakest formation. The group of people between the ages of 900 and 1000 faced the strongest array formation. 5 elements celestial lords, 6 combos celestial lords, and even 7 stars celestial lords? When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 years old, he discovered there were many powerhouses among them. The strongest powerhouse among them was a 7 stars celestial lord. After Duan Lingtian and Huan the third person to come out of the formation was a 6 combos celestial lord. The 6 combos celestial lord was a young man dressed in green. His appearance was outstanding, and his aura was extraordinary. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan the smile on his face froze. "They're out of the formation so quickly?" The green-clad young man was shocked. However, when he recalled the duo's performance in the first round of the assessment, he felt relieved. That's right. Based on their performance in the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment shouldn't be difficult for them. Their assessment isn't even 1/3 as difficult as mine. If they're facing the same assessment as mine, I doubt they'll be able to pass it. At this moment, the green-clad young man seemed to have forgotten that both Duan Lingtian and Huan were not even 300 years old. He, on the other hand, was more than 900 years old. Not bad. Lei Ying looked at the green-clad young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Hallmaster Lei. My name is Junhao Xuan." The green-clad young man smiled. "All right." Lei Ying nodded. Then, she shifted her gaze to the others. Another 15 minutes passed before the fourth person came out of the formation. After that, more and more people came out of the formation. After about an hour, more than 200 people had come out of the formation. An hour and a half later, the 500th person came out. At this time, the 40 people who were in charge of setting up the formation also removed it. However, those who did not make it out of the formation looked dejected. "I failed. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and I would have made it out. I was just short of a breath's time." Even though some of the people who had been eliminated were unwilling to accept the result, they had no choice but to accept the fact that they hadn't passed the exam. They weren't allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, and they didn't even have the chance to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace. "The 500 people who passed the assessment will follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace." Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian, Huan and the other 500 people followed her into the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, they stayed outside to evacuate the people who were eliminated. After passing through the clouds, the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate finally appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The Heavenly Pool Palace's encampment was located above a vast lake that was shrouded in white mist. Numerous floating islands floated above the lake. The islands were lush with lush greenery. From afar, the floating islands set off the lake, making it look like a paradise. Chapter 3260. The third and final round of the test. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful. No pop-up window free reading. The final round of the test will be held in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others entered one of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and arrived at a palace. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing around the palace, sizing them up with curiosity in their eyes. It was obvious these people were disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, they would not be here. The Sword Trial Pavilion. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the word Sword Trial Pavilion written on the plaque above the entrance of the palace. The words were neatly written as though they were printed. The Sword Trial Pavilion was spacious. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment was held today, but the Sword Trial Pavilion was deserted. Lord Palace Master. 10 middle-aged men and old men were waiting for Lei Ying at the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. When they saw Lei Ying and the others, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them.
Yes.
Lei Ying nodded indifferently. Then, she said to the 10 middle-aged men, "Bring them in." Although Duan Lingtian and the others did not know why Lei Ying did not follow them, they still followed the 10 middle-aged men into the Sword Trial Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian and the others entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, a tall young man flew over from afar and arrived next to Lei Ying in just a blink of an eye. "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 talented disciples this time?" The young man was wearing a blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a strange temperament, giving people a comfortable feeling. "Su Lang, you're quite well informed." Lei Ying looked at the young man meaningfully. "However, the Sword Trial Pavilion wants them. Don't think too much about it." Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Qing Yuan, and his strength was on par with Lei Ying. He had received news that there were 2 talented disciples among the new disciples who were not even 300 years old, but their strength was comparable to a titled celestial lord. "Lei Ying, you are too greedy." Su Lang shook his head. "2 people. No matter what, you have to give one to me. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago, I also gave one to you." "Humph." Lei Ying snorted coldly. "It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. That brat you gave me only knew how to cause trouble for me. In the end, he even provoked Lord Heavenly Emperor. If I hadn't killed him ruthlessly, Lord Heavenly Emperor would have definitely vented his anger on me." 1,000 years ago, it was not Lei Ying who presided over the new disciple assessment, but one of her vice hall masters. That time, there was also a good seedling, but not as good as the 2 seedlings this time. However, since Lei Ying was not the one in charge of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were divided up by Su Lang and the others. Since Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor, he had snatched 2 talented young men from Lei Ying. When Lei Ying finally showed up, he gave one of them to Lei Ying. The person whom Su Lang had given to Lei Ying was arrogant and unruly. He had even offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, Lei Ying had personally killed the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to save herself from being implicated. "Lei Ying, that was an accident. When I gave him to you, I didn't know he would cause so much trouble," Su Lang said awkwardly. Then, he continued to say awkwardly, "Ask yourself, did I give one of my disciples to you without hesitation?" This time, Lei Ying interrupted him. Just as Su Lang was about to continue speaking, Lei Ying interrupted him. "You'll come with me to watch the assessment. As for whether they're willing to become your disciple, that's not something I can control." "Don't worry." Su Lang smiled confidently. "As long as you're willing to let him go, I have my ways." Lei Ying did not enter the Sword Trial Pavilion with Duan Lingtian and the others because she had received Su Lang's message and was waiting for him. After agreeing to Su Lang's request, Lei Ying brought Su Lang to the Sword Trial Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, they found themselves in a spacious square. At first glance, they could not see anything other than the flat ground. When they turned around, they could no longer see the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Currently, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other 500 participants, there were also the middle-aged men and old men who had brought them into the Sword Trial Pavilion. "Is this a little world?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw two figures standing in the air. One of them was Lei Ying. The other person was a young man. Duan Lingtian had not seen him before entering the sword trial pavilion, so he did not know who he was. Although Duan Lingtian did not know who the young man was, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Lei Ying when he saw the young man standing next to Lei Ying. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I think there are only two people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have a higher status than Lei Ying, and who look like young men. Based on his appearance, he seems to be the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian had a vague impression of him. He was in the group between 900 and 1,000 years old. During the second round of the examination, this middle-aged man had come out after the third young man, Jun Haoxuan. During the second round of the examination, Jun Haoxuan's results were second only to Duan Lingtian and Huan Su Lang? The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? Why is he here? There must be a reason why he's here. Otherwise, why would a titled Celestial Emperor like him come here just to watch the show? He must have found out about the two young men. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan in unison. Most of them thought Su Lang's appearance had something to do with Duan Lingtian and Huan Another titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, there are only 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and yet, 2 of them are here? Huan Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan If Su Lang is here for us, let's see if Lei Ying wants to accept you as her disciple after the examination ends. If she does, you can join her. As for me, I'll choose Su Lang. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, I don't want to be separated from you. Huan said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded. Silly girl, Brother Lingtian doesn't want to be separated from you. I'm only doing this so I can use the resources I have to investigate your parents' whereabouts. Duan Lingtian said. Huan eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, she did not say anything else. The third examination. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, began to explain the rules of the third examination. In the third examination, the participants would be divided into 10 groups. Each group would only have 10 people remaining in the end. In other words, some groups that had more than 100 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. Some groups that only had 30 to 40 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. A battle royale? After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others learned from Lei Ying that the third examination would be a battle royale. Each group would fight among themselves until only 10 people would remain in the end. The 10 groups will be divided into groups. Those who are eliminated will be resurrected and have a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying said. Duan Lingtian nodded. The 10 groups would fight one by one. The first group to fight was the group of people who were younger than 100 years old. They were the group with the most people remaining in the end. There were about 116 people in the group. 116 people would fight to their heart's content until the remaining 10 people would join the Heavenly Pool Palace and become its disciples. The competition in this group is really intense. The rest of the people were watching from the side. Seeing that over 100 people were walking around the vast stone platform, but no one made the first move, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. 116 people, only 10 people are left. That is to say, 106 people will be eliminated. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, more than 100 people who were younger than 100 years old made their moves in unison. A battle royale began. It was a battle royale. As soon as the battle began, some people were killed by other people. After the other people killed their opponents, they began to look for their next target. Naturally, there were also some people who knew they were no match for the other people, so they retreated. About half an hour later, there were only 32 people left who hadn't been eliminated. At this moment, the 32 people were scattered all over the place, glaring at each other. Huan who do you think will make it to the next round? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 32 people on the stone platform. I think it's him. Huan looked at one of the 32 people. This person was the one who had the most outstanding performance so far. Although he was outstanding, he was not as outstanding as Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. He was only slightly stronger than the others. I don't think so. Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had also paid attention to the person Huan Er mentioned. Indeed, he was the strongest among the 32 people on the stone platform. However, it was a pity he was too outstanding. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. It didn't take long for more than 20 of the 31 people to join forces against the person Huan Er had just mentioned, killing him in the blink of an eye. Huan Er was stunned. Huan Er, unless you're strong enough, you should learn to conceal your strength and bide your time. If you know how to conceal your strength and bide your time, you'll definitely be able to stay in the palace and go far. Duan Lingtian said patiently. After the stronger person was killed, the remaining 31 people began to fight. In just a blink of an eye, a portion of them were defeated. After a quarter of an hour, only 10 people were left standing. Take them away and complete the procedures to enter the palace. After deciding on the last 10 people, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man behind her and said faintly, "Yes, Lord Temple Master." Chapter 3261. The 10 people in the group below the age of 100 were brought out of the Sword Trial Pavilion to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, the people in the group between the age of 100 and 200 entered the arena one after another. The number of people in this group was not as many as the previous group. However, there were still nearly 100 people in this group. Let's begin. Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Sword Trial Pavilion, gave the order. Naturally, during this process, they were only allowed to use celestial weapons and not celestial talismans. Those who used celestial talismans would be killed immediately. One by one, people fell to the ground and left the arena to admit defeat. About half an hour later, there were only 20 or so people left, and these 20 or so people also began to engage in the fiercest competition. Perhaps it was because of the example of the strongest person in the first group, but the remaining 20 or so people began to display strength that was on par with each other. However, in the end, the strength of the 20-plus people all increased by a level. Some of them even displayed cultivations capable of suppressing the entire crowd. In the end, they reached a consensus and joined forces to eliminate more than 10 people before they successfully advanced to the next round. Now, those who have been eliminated in the group below the age of 100 can challenge any one of the remaining 10 people in this group. If you succeed, you won't have to accept any other challenge and will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying's voice rang in the air again. The people who had been eliminated earlier were eager to challenge Lei Ying again. Soon after, 2 people entered the arena and challenged 2 people. However, both of them failed and one of them was killed. Among the group of people between 100 and 200 years old, any one of the 10 people who remained until the end was undoubtedly very powerful. It was difficult for those who were eliminated in the group below the age of 100 to be resurrected. In the end, a few people challenged the remaining 10 people, but they all failed. None of the people below the age of 100 were resurrected. All of you, wait at the side. Someone will send all of you out of the arena after the 3rd round is over. Lei Ying glanced at the people in the group below the age of 100 who were eliminated indifferently. At this moment, these people no longer had the chance to challenge the remaining 10 people. Bring the 10 of them down to complete the procedures to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying looked at one of the 9 elders of the Sword Trial Hall and said to him. The elder immediately led the 10 people who had advanced and left. Then, it was time for people between 200 and 300 years old to take the stage. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er stepped into the arena together. When the 2 of them stood in the arena, everyone's eyes fell on them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even more people had helpless looks in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had already displayed their strength in the first round of the examination. This made them realize that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat either of them. Moreover, the 2 of them were together, so they would definitely take care of each other. The others probably don't have the courage to make a move against the 2 of them. There's no meaning in letting them participate in the 3rd round of the test. Su Lang transmitted his voice to Lei Ying. As it turned out, Su Lang was right. As soon as Lei Ying announced the start of the second round, the people in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group began to make their moves. However, none of them dared to make a move against the two of them. While the battle was intense, the place where Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were standing was completely calm. Boom. Rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as the people in the second round made their moves. However, they intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, who had yet to make a move, became the focus of everyone's attention. Nobody dares to make a move against the two of them. I heard that the two of them managed to defeat the 6 combos Celestial Lord and injure him during the first round of the examination. With such strength, even if the others join forces, they won't be a match for the two of them. Who are the two of them? How can Seckless cultivators possess such strength? They're not even 300 years old, but they possess such strength. Even in the heaven-grade forces in the boundless heaven, there aren't many people with such strength. I'm sure the two of them will become prodigious disciples as soon as they join the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's not surprising. At this moment, many people in the other groups who did not pay attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er finally learned about the two Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's terrifying strength. In the end, almost an hour had passed. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, who had been standing for an hour, the remaining 8 participants had been decided. They tacitly gave 2 spots to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Those who were eliminated from the previous group can challenge any of the 10 people in this group. If they win, they'll be given a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace again. Lei Ying looked at the people between the ages of 100 and 200 who had been eliminated and said in a clear voice. Upon seeing this, the people in this group were eager to make a move. Although they knew the people between the ages of 200 and 300 were very strong, they still wanted to try their best to see if they would be given a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace again. However, no one challenged Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. On the other hand, the other 8 people were challenged. The challengers were not stupid. They knew how strong Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were. Therefore, they avoided challenging them. Duan Lingtian, I challenged you, and you deliberately lost to me. After this, I'll give you an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. With your innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength, even if you lose, the Heavenly Pool Palace will still make an exception and recruit you. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sent a message to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at the young man indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, the young man turned to look at Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and sent a voice transmission. However, Huan Er was even more stubborn than Duan Lingtian. She did not even look at the young man. In the end, no one succeeded in challenging the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, stay here. As for the other 8 people, follow Elder Qian to complete the formalities. After Lei Ying finished speaking, she looked at an old man among the 8 remaining elders from the Sword Trial Pavilion and said, Elder Qian, please follow me. Follow me. The old man called Elder Qian led the 8 people in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's group away. Meanwhile, Lei Ying forcefully stopped the 3rd round of the selection. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, are you willing to join me in Su Lang? If you join us, you don't have to address us as masters. You can just address us as teachers. Lei Ying said kindly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er with a forced smile on her face. Based on her words, it was clear she did not force Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to address her and Su Lang as masters since they already had masters. Lei Ying did not deliberately lower her voice, so everyone present on the square heard her words. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er enviously. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er with envy. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to receive invitations from 2 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace before they even left the Sword Trial Pavilion. After all, there are only a few titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their innate talent, it's not surprising that they're chosen by 2 titled Celestial Emperors. They've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, but they're already capable of becoming prodigious disciples. I'm sure any titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace would want to recruit them, right? Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian, Lei Ying, and Su Lang as they waited for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were communicating through voice transmission. Huan Er, you should join Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, while I'll join Su Lang, the verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. This way, we'll be able to search for your parents from both sides. Moreover, if we join a titled Celestial Emperor, we'll have 2 backers in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian had thought far ahead. Huan Er, naturally, would listen to Duan Ling Tian's words unconditionally. Duan Ling Tian. Su Lang and Lei Ying could tell Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were hesitant when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er remain silent. Therefore, they hurriedly sent voice transmissions to Duan Ling Tian. Based on their conversation, they made a lot of promises in hopes that Duan Ling Tian would join them. Clearly, they were more eager to have Duan Ling Tian join them than Huan Er. Moreover, they could tell that Huan Er and Huan Er were very clingy. Huan Er was very clingy to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps Huan Er would insist on following Duan Ling Tian even if he joined them. Senior Su Lang, I'll join you, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Su Lang. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and Lei Ying's expression stiffened slightly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Pavilion Master Lei Ying, Huan Er will join you. Initially, Lei Ying thought Huan Er would follow Duan Ling Tian wherever he went when she saw the 2 of them sticking together like glue. However, when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, her expression softened. All right, Su Lang, you've taken advantage of me, Lei Ying said through gritted teeth. Then, she looked at Huan Er and said with a gentle expression, Huan Er, you and Duan Ling Tian will follow Su Lang to complete the procedures. I'll look for you after the test is over. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Lang and said, Su Lang, I'm sure you have no objections to bringing Huan Er along to complete the procedures, right? It's nothing. Naturally, I have no objections. Su Lang laughed. Then, he beckoned to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er before he led them away. After Duan Ling Tian, Huan Er, and Huan Er left, the 3rd test continued. Senior Su Lang, the place we were in earlier was not a formation but a little world, right? Duan Ling Tian asked Su Lang after they left the sword trial pavilion. Chapter 3262. The procedures to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace were simple. With Su Lang, a titled Celestial Emperor, leading the way, everything went smoothly. This is the place where the disciples of my sect cultivate, said Qin Wentian. Under Su Lang's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er arrived at a floating island that was surrounded by lofty mountains. The lofty mountains and lofty forests covered a vast area. One could vaguely see caves everywhere. Many people could be seen shuttling back and forth. I have a total of 6 prodigious disciples under me. As for the people you see now, they are basically their family members or friends. Su Lang said to Duan Ling Tian as he looked at the lofty mountains and lofty mountains. Here, there are a total of 10 dangerous peaks. The peak in the middle is where I cultivate. As for the other 9 peaks, 6 of them are occupied by the prodigious disciples of my sect. You can choose one of the other 3 as your cultivation ground in the future. Su Lang paused for a moment before he continued to say, you should rest for a few days before you apply for the prodigious disciple assessment at the Sword Trial Pavilion. There are many benefits to becoming a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Becoming a prodigious disciple? Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. Previously, when he was participating in the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment, he had heard many people talking about the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Did they have to pass the assessment to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace? How do I pass the assessment? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. You can challenge other prodigious disciples of the same age group. It's similar to the new disciple selection where all of you were in groups of 200 to 300 years old. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are 10 spots for prodigious disciples in this age group. If you want to pass the assessment, you'll have to challenge the last prodigious disciple in the Sword Trial Pavilion. In the Sword Trial Pavilion, there are rankings of prodigious disciples of various ages. When you return and apply to participate in the prodigious disciple assessment, you'll be able to see the rankings in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Su Lang explained. Now, Follow me to my cultivation place. I'll summon a few of my prodigious disciples from the heavenly pool palace to meet you, Duanling Tian said. Unlike some titled celestial emperors, the prodigious disciples of my sect are ranked based on age instead of strength. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, he brought Duanling Tian and Huan to his cultivation place. At the peak of the mountain in the middle of the forest, there was a vast platform. Behind the platform, there was a palace. This was also the place where Su Lang usually cultivated. Su Lang led Duanling Tian and Huan into the palace. At the same time, Su Lang sent a few messages to his subordinates before leading them to the main hall of the palace. A moment later, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the main hall. Teacher, where did you kidnap our 7th junior brother from? A series of laughter rang in the air before a plump man appeared. The plump man was dressed in a red robe. Due to his weight, his facial features were scrunched up as he looked around the main hall. Finally, his gaze landed on Duanling Tian. Your 7th junior brother is a new disciple who joined the heavenly pool palace today. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a blue robe. She had an elegant bearing. Her gaze was gentle when she looked at Duanling Tian. Hello, 7th junior brother. I'm your 4th senior sister. The other person was a young man dressed in a black robe. He carried a sheathed sword on his back. His expression was cold, but his gaze softened slightly when he looked at Duanling Tian. Hello, 7th junior brother. The black-clad young man nodded at Duanling Tian. 7th junior brother, this is 2nd senior brother. 2nd senior brother is the strongest among us. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a powerful celestial emperor. At this moment, the plump man dressed in a red robe introduced the black-clad young man to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce himself. As for me, I'm your 6th senior brother. If you can defeat me, you can call me by my name, the plump man said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh. A few moments later, 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was a beautiful woman dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young man dressed like a scholar. Your 7th junior brother? The beautiful woman dressed in a red robe walked up to Duanling Tian. Under Duanling Tian's shocked gaze, she lifted Duanling Tian's chin and said, Not bad, you're quite handsome. 7th junior brother, are you interested in having a romantic relationship with 3rd senior sister? Huan who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was infuriated by the woman's actions. She scoffed and slapped the woman's hand away. Oh, you're my sister-in-law? I'm sorry. I didn't notice you earlier. However, sister-in-law, why are you wearing a veil? The woman in red was the first to withdraw her hand. When Huan hand missed, she lifted her hand and removed the veil from Huan face. Huan peerless beauty was revealed to everyone. At this moment, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the woman in red was stunned for a long time before she said with a sigh, I didn't expect there to be a woman who's comparable to 1st senior sister in this world. No, I should say there's a woman who's even more beautiful than 1st senior sister. As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, the black-clad young man scoffed. The woman in red smiled awkwardly and said, 2nd senior brother, I was just joking. 7th junior brother, sister-in-law, 3rd senior sister has no ill intentions. I'm your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei. The young man who was dressed like a scholar nodded and smiled at Duanling Tian before he introduced himself. Duanling Tian, this is your 2nd senior brother, Lu Ji. At this moment, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, introduced his 5 prodigious disciples to Duanling Tian. Lu Ji nodded at Duanling Tian with a faint smile on his stiff and cold face. This is your 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei. Then, Su Lang turned to the woman in red and introduced her to Duanling Tian. The woman in red winked at Duanling Tian as though she was trying to seduce him. She only withdrew her gaze when she saw Huan glaring at her. This is your 4th senior sister, Huan. Then, Su Lang turned to the blue-clad woman and introduced her to Duanling Tian. The blue-clad woman nodded and smiled warmly at Duanling Tian. This is your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei. He introduced himself earlier. Then, Su Lang looked at the scholarly young man and said, "He's the only one among your senior brothers who's normal." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, the fat man looked at Su Lang with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Teacher, although you're a teacher, you can't slander me like this, right? Why don't you tell me how I, Hong Fei, am abnormal? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll hug your leg and not let go." As soon as the fat man finished speaking, he rolled towards Su Lang like a ball. In the end, he really hugged Su Lang's thigh, looking like he would not let go even if he was beaten to death. Scram! Alas, Su Lang was a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, he would not allow the fat man to do as he pleased. Following Su Lang's shout, a tyrannical force swept out from Su Lang's leg and sent the fatty flying. He crashed heavily into a pillar in the palace. Boom! Rumble! Following a series of earth-shaking noises, the entire palace shook a few times. However, the fatty who had crashed into the pillar seemed to be completely fine. His entire body was covered in an earthen yellow light as he continued to look at Su Lang with resentment in his eyes. "Teacher, how can you treat me like this?" Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Although the 5 people in front of him were Su Lang's prodigious disciples, they did not seem like proper disciples at all. They seemed more like a group of scoundrels. "Little junior brother, do you think our teacher doesn't act like a teacher at all?" The red-clad woman, who was Duan Lingtian's current 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, smiled and said, "Actually, all of us respect teacher a lot. However, teacher is more amiable and is willing to be friends with us. We can't deprive him of this little bit of power. If we treat him like an elder, he'll be unhappy. Therefore, just treat him as a friend from now on." Hu Mei said with a smile. "Hu Mei, you've led this fat man astray, and now you're leading Duan Lingtian astray as well?" Su Lang glared at Hu Mei angrily. Although he looked angry, Duan Lingtian could feel that Su Lang was just putting on an act. He was not really angry. "Little junior brother, you'll get used to it after staying with us for a while. Although our teacher is a titled celestial emperor, he doesn't care about trifles in front of his own people." When Wanner, Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled gently. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. For some reason, a warm feeling rose in his heart. For a moment, he even felt like he was at home. Perhaps this was the carefree life of a family. Previously, when Su Lang led the way, Duan Lingtian had thought he was Su Lang's true self. Perhaps Su Lang's true self was Duan Lingtian's true self. Sigh. Now that I have old 7, I am no longer the little junior brother. Fatty really lacks love now, and no one loves him. Hong Fei, the 6th senior brother, sighed and shrugged. "Fatty, you make it sound like you didn't lack love when you were little junior brother." Hu Mei, the 3rd senior sister, rolled her eyes at Hong Fei. Then, she looked at Hong Fei's fat body and said, "If you're as handsome as little junior brother, I'll definitely love and dote on you. However, with your current appearance, I really can't bring myself to love and dote on you." Chapter 2. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3263. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had only joined Su Lang because he wanted to help him find out more about her parents. However, now that he was interacting with Su Lang and the other prodigious disciples, he felt a sense of enjoyment. "Little junior brother, tell 3rd senior sister, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful little sister?" After Hu Mei's 3rd senior sister scoffed at her 6th senior brother, she moved closer to Duan Lingtian with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian before she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. "3rd senior sister, are you usually so direct?" Although Duan Lingtian could tell Hu Mei was a straightforward person based on her behavior earlier, he felt slightly embarrassed when Hu Mei shifted her attention to him and Huaner. "Little junior brother, 3rd senior sister has always been like this. She doesn't have any ill intentions. You'll get used to it," Ouyang Chi Fei said with a smile. His gentle and refined manner made him look like a young teacher in the academy. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could tell Hu Mei did not have any ill intentions. "Little junior brother, I'm going back to cultivate. I'll take my leave first." Second senior brother Lu Ji glanced at Duan Ling Tian as a rare smile appeared on his face. The moment his words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and left. When Lu Ji moved to leave, his figure was indeed surrounded by bolts of purple lightning, emitting bursts of violent aura. It was clear Lu Ji had comprehended the law of thunder. Little junior brother, second senior brother means if anyone bullies you in the future, you can ask him for help. Second senior brother is one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. People call him the thunderclap sword celestial. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, narrowed his eyes as he smiled at Duan Ling Tian. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Su Lang left the main hall and went to the backyard to cultivate. After Su Lang left, Duan Ling Tian continued to chat with his 2 senior brothers and senior sisters who were still in the heavenly pool palace. Gradually, he gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly pool palace. In the heavenly pool palace, only the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 would be able to obtain the title of a prodigious disciple. After 1,000 years of age, the identity of a heaven's chosen disciple would automatically be revoked. For this reason, his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples under the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace. Little junior brother, you've just joined the heavenly pool palace. I don't think you've obtained the identity of a genius disciple yet, right? Fourth senior sister Wan asked with a smile. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I plan to visit the sword trial hall tomorrow. Earlier, I heard teacher say that he wanted to take this close female friend of yours as a disciple as well. However, you allowed her to become a disciple of Hall Master Lei Ying? Ouyang Qifei asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little junior brother, after chatting for so long, I still don't know the name of your lover? Who Mei, his third senior sister, asked with a smile. Third senior sister, her name is Huan Duan Lingtian replied. Huan Hume looked at Huan from head to toe before she said, Indeed, she's as beautiful as a dream. If it weren't for her, I would have thought eldest senior sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Isn't eldest senior sister in the heavenly pool palace? Yes. Hume nodded. If eldest senior sister is in the heavenly pool palace, she'll definitely come over when she learns that you've joined the heavenly pool palace. She has something to attend to. Upon hearing Hume's words, Hong Fei chimed in. He chuckled and said, Little junior brother, although eldest senior sister isn't a prodigious disciple, that's only because she's over 1,000 years old. She's very strong. Before she's 1,000 years old, she's widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace. The number 1 prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace? Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what Hong Fei's words meant. Hong Fei was the strongest person under the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace. Eldest senior sister is so powerful? For a moment, Duan Lingtian was curious about Hong Fei's eldest senior sister, whom he had never met before. Little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, don't look at her lecherously. Otherwise, second senior brother will beat you up. Hong Fei continued to chuckle as he said, Let me tell you a secret. Second senior brother likes eldest senior sister, but eldest senior sister doesn't pay much attention to him. It's a one-sided love. What kind of secret is that? Hume said snappily, This isn't a secret in the heavenly pool palace, all right? You're just trying to be mysterious. However, little junior brother, when eldest senior sister returns, you must listen to her. It's fine if you don't listen to the teachers, but you must listen to eldest senior sister. Hume said with a smile, This is because even the teachers have to listen to eldest senior sister. Upon hearing Hume's words, Duan Lingtian was confused. His teacher, Su Lang, had to listen to eldest senior sister? Little junior brother. Eldest senior sister is teacher's daughter. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's confusion, Ouyang Qifei explained, However, there's a story between teacher and eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister doesn't like to talk to teacher, but teacher only wants to make it up to eldest senior sister. That's why he listens to her every word. As for the exact reason, we're not too sure. The only thing we know is that the reason why their relationship became like that is related to Mistress, who passed away. Ouyang Chi-fei said. After learning about the sex affairs, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, Senior sisters, senior brothers, how many profundities have the strongest prodigies comprehended to the mastery stage in the Heavenly Pool Palace? He was very curious about this. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, prodigies were disciples under the age of 1,000. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, the most outstanding disciples under the age of 1,000 had comprehended several profundities of laws to the greater mastery stage. He was very curious about this. Little junior brother, apart from the thunder elemental profundity, which is the most basic profundity of the law of thunder, I've already comprehended the other 8 profundities to the mastery stage. What do you think? Fatty Hong Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a prodigy from a heaven-grade force was. Hong Fei was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a celestial emperor who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. 6 Senior brother, you said second senior brother's strength is ranked in the top 5 among the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't tell me the other 4 have also comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage? Duan Lingtian asked again.
Yes.
Hong Fei nodded. It's not just the 5 of them. There are a few other prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well. Little junior brother, why are you asking this? Don't tell me you've comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage as well? When Hong Fei reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but widen his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, I heard from our teacher that little junior brother managed to defeat the 6 combos Celestial Lord's disciple in the first round. Ouyang Chi-fei looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, Moreover, little junior brother's cultivation base is only a 4 phenomenon Celestial Lord. However, the 6 combos Celestial Lord has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Little junior brother's strength is truly extraordinary. Ouyang Chi-fei said. 5th senior brother, did you secretly ask teacher about this through voice transmission? Hong Fei looked at Ouyang Chi-fei in surprise. Ouyang Chi-fei smiled awkwardly and said, I'm just curious about little junior brother. I think you're just curious about how our teacher took a liking to little junior brother and took the initiative to recruit him, right? Humei glared at Ouyang Chi-fei. Ouyang Chi-fei felt even more embarrassed now that his thoughts were exposed. Not only little junior brother, but Huan Er's strength is also enough to defeat that person. Ouyang Chi-fei changed the topic when he mentioned Huan Er. Hong Fei, Humei, and when Huan Er looked at Huan Er in shock when they heard Ouyang Chi-fei's words. They did not expect Huan Er to possess such strength as well. Don't underestimate Huan Er. Although she's not even 300 years old like little junior brother, her cultivation base is higher than little junior brother's. She's already a 6 combo Celestial Lord. Ouyang Chi-fei said. No wonder our teacher wants to recruit Huan Er. As it turns out, Huan Er's innate talent is not inferior to little junior brother's. Humei exclaimed. Wait a minute. At this moment, Hong Fei's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, little junior brother. You and Miss Huan are not even 300 years old? Not even 300 years old. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Humei and Huan Er were reminded of the key points Ouyang Chi-fei had mentioned earlier. Their little junior brother and Huan were not even 300 years old? How could they be 4 phenomenon Celestial Lords and 6 combos Celestial Lords when they were not even 300 years old? Moreover, they were even stronger than a 6 combos Celestial Lord who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage? It seems like our teacher has picked up a treasure this time. Humei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, she asked, Huan Er, do you mind if your brother Lingtian has another woman? Upon hearing Humei's words, Huan Er looked at Humei with a hostile expression on her face. Humei could not help but laugh when she saw Huan Er's expression. It's just a joke. Look at you. Humei shook her head as she laughed. She was certain Huan would attack him if Mei continued to make a fuss. Senior sisters, senior brothers, we'll return to our cultivation now. Lingtian did not know what to do with Mei. He was worried that Mei would provoke Huan again, so he quickly left with Huan. Naturally, he was still in shock when he left. He thought to himself, I thought it was rare for me to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. I didn't expect there are more than 10 profundities under the age of 1,000 in the heavenly pool palace who have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Chapter 3264. After leaving Su Lang's cultivation place, Duanling Tian brought Huan to one of the cultivation places on the peak of one of the 3 perilous peaks that had been vacated. The layout of this place was similar to Su Lang's cultivation place, except it was covered with a thick layer of dust. However, the dust was nothing to Duanling Tian. With just a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept out. In just a blink of an eye, the cultivation place became spotless again. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect the prodigious disciples of the heavenly pool palace to have such terrifying innate talent and comprehension ability. There are even celestial emperors who are younger than 1,000 years old. Moreover, there are almost 10 of them who have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage. Although Huan did not join in the conversation between Duanling Tian and his seniors, she had clearly heard their conversation. Huan, think about it this way. The heavenly pool palace is a heaven-grade force. There are only a handful of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian pondered for a moment before he said, although heavenly emperor's forces are superior to heaven-grade forces, that's only because of the existence of heavenly emperors. The prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces aren't necessarily inferior to the prodigious disciples of heavenly emperor's forces. In other words, the prodigious disciples of heaven-grade forces are considered the most outstanding in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian said, think about it. There are only 100 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. There are only 10 prodigious disciples in every 100 years old and 100 prodigious disciples under 1,000 years old. Duanling Tian continued to say, therefore, it's not surprising that there are a few celestial emperors who have comprehended all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage before the age of 1,000. After listening to Duanling Tian's words, Huan fell silent for a moment before she agreed with Duanling Tian's words. Huan although you've become Lei Ying's disciple, it's still better for you to cultivate at my place. I'm sure the merciless celestial emperor won't say anything about it. Duanling Tian said. He knew that the reason Lei Ying was willing to accept Huan as a disciple was because of her talent and comprehension ability. She was destined to become a prodigious disciple. There wasn't much of a difference between her and Su Lang. As for the possibility of Huan betraying him, that didn't exist at all. After all, Huan could have chosen not to become her disciple. She was already giving her a lot of face by doing so. Furthermore, at Lei Ying's level of cultivation, she no longer cared about controlling her disciples. Instead, she cared about her reputation. No matter where she cultivated, the more outstanding she was, the more respect she would gain for her. After all, why would a titled celestial emperor care about Huan's help? The next morning, Duanling Tian brought Huan to the sword trial hall. Yesterday, Su Lang had brought them to the heavenly pool palace to complete the procedures to enter the heavenly pool palace. For this reason, both of them were considered disciples of the heavenly pool palace. With the heavenly pool palace's disciple token hanging on their waists, they were allowed to go anywhere in the heavenly pool palace. Let's challenge the prodigious disciples. When Duanling Tian and Huan arrived at the sword trial pavilion, they immediately looked for one of the sword trial pavilion's elders. Coincidentally, this sword trial pavilion's elder was one of the 10 elders they had met yesterday. Miss Huan. The elder ignored Duanling Tian and greeted Huan with a smile on his face. Then, he said, there are 10 prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Since you're not prodigious disciples yet, you can only challenge the last prodigious disciple. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, The challenger can replace the prodigious disciple and become the last prodigious disciple on the ranking list. After becoming a prodigious disciple, you can challenge the other 9 prodigious disciples who are ranked at the top. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace explained patiently. He did not dare to slight Huan, since she was a new disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Lei Ying was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Hall, his superior. If the prodigious disciple doesn't accept the challenge because he's away, will he be replaced by a challenger? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The elder nodded. If you're away for too long, you'll be replaced by a challenger. If you want to become a prodigious disciple again, you'll have to challenge the prodigious disciple again. After listening to the elder's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the rules of the prodigious disciples. I'll challenge the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he looked at the Sword Trial Hall elder. Give me your identity token and leave behind a soul pearl. I'll contact the prodigious disciple you're challenging. If he accepts the challenge, I'll inform you of the time and location. The elder looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, the challenger won't be allowed to enter closed-door cultivation or leave the Heavenly Pool Palace for 3 months. Are you sure? I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's wait for the news. Then, he looked at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and said with a smile, Miss Huan are you going to challenge the prodigious disciples? Yes. Huan nodded. If 2 prodigious disciples in the same age group challenge the prodigious disciples at the same time, the 2 prodigious disciples at the bottom will accept the challenge. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder took out her identity token and handed over a soul jewel to Huan. Miss Huan I'll make the necessary arrangements. After the Sword Trial Pavilion elder finished registering Huan and Duan Lingtian's identity tokens, he returned them to them before he left to carry out his task. Huan you're much more respected than I am in the Sword Trial Hall. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It seems like it was the right decision to let you become the Pavilion Master's disciple. At the very least, things will be much more convenient in the Sword Trial Hall. After the elder left, Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave. However, Lei Ying, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Hall, appeared again. Senior. Duan Lingtian greeted Lei Ying. Huan nodded at her as well. Lei Ying could tell Huan was a reserved person during the assessment yesterday. Therefore, she did not mind Huan behavior. Huan I'll bring you to the place where my disciples cultivate, Lei Ying said to Huan Then, she brought Huan and Duan Lingtian to the place where her disciples cultivated. It was a vast valley filled with buildings. Many people could be seen flying up and down. Most of the people here are friends and family of the prodigies under my wing. Including you, there are a total of 5 prodigies under my wing. Lei Ying said to Huan Soon after, under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a vast stone platform on the side of a mountain. A majestic palace could be seen on the platform. The prodigious disciples are ranked according to their strength. Huan you're ranked 5th since you've just joined the sect. You'll have to address the 4 people in front of you as senior brothers and sisters. However, if you're stronger than them one day, no one will dare to object even if you want to be the eldest senior sister. Lei Ying added. Soon after, Lei Ying sent a message to Duan Lingtian and Huan 4 figures arrived at the palace where Lei Ying had brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to. 3 of them were men, and 1 was a woman. Teacher. The 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lei Ying. The atmosphere in the palace was solemn. It was a stark contrast to the atmosphere in Su Lang's palace. Huan this is your eldest senior brother, Shimin Lin Jie. Lei Ying looked at the tall and sturdy young man in crimson robes and introduced him to Huan The young man from the Shimin Lin clan had a determined expression on his face. When Lei Ying introduced him to Huan a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. Although Huan was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. This is your second senior brother, Lei Jun. Lei Ying looked at the other young man who resembled Lei Ying. He was dressed in gray robes and had a simple and honest appearance. He's also my only son. Hello, little junior sister. Lei Jun grinned at Huan His sincere smile was filled with warmth. This is your 3rd senior sister, Ling Hu Yuan. Lei Ying turned to look at the only woman among the four. The woman was dressed in green, and she had an ordinary appearance. However, when she looked at Huan a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. Even so, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. A woman's jealousy is truly terrifying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is your fourth senior brother, he won. Finally, Lei Ying looked at a middle-aged man who was dressed in short robes and said to Huan He nodded at Huan before he turned to look at Ling Hu Yuan with a hint of infatuation in his eyes. However, when Ling Hu Yuan noticed his gaze, a hint of disdain could be seen on her face. This is your fifth junior sister, Huan Don't underestimate her. She's not even 300 years old, but she can easily defeat a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Moreover, she's also a 6-combo celestial lord. In terms of strength, she might not be weaker than Old Third and Old Fourth. Lei Ying paused for a moment before she looked at Ling Hu Yuan and He Wan, a 6-combo celestial lord who's not even 300 years old? Lei Ying's words, naturally, shocked the four of them. A few moments later, Ling Hu Yuan stepped forward and said with a grin on her face, Little junior sister, I heard from teacher that you're quite strong. Do you want to spar with your third senior sister? If you win, you'll be master's new third senior sister. Chapter 3265. Junior sister Ling Hu, you're an 8-trigram celestial lord, and you're more than 700 years old. Don't you think it's unfair for you to challenge little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Ling Hu Yuan's challenge. Second senior brother, didn't you hear master say little junior sister's strength is on par with He Wan and me? I'm afraid you're worrying too much. Ling Hu Yuan smiled. Lei Ying did not react like Lei Jun. She looked at Huan and said with a faint smile, Huan your third senior sister wants to challenge you to a duel. What do you think? Lei Ying did not know much about Huan strength. She had only said those words earlier because she knew Ling Hu Yuan would challenge Huan Now that Ling Hu Yuan was going according to her plan, she was, naturally, happy to see it happen. All right. Huan nodded. In that case, both of you can go out and have a duel. Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huan agreement. Then, she walked out of the palace and hovered in the air above the valley. Duan Lingtian and the others followed after her. An 8-trigram celestial lord? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Yuan indifferently. Lei Jun had said Ling Hu Yuan was an 8-trigram celestial lord who was more than 700 years old. It was impossible for her to comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. It was possible for her to comprehend 7 profundities from a law to the mastery stage, but it was unlikely for her to do so due to her age. At most, she would only be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law to the mastery stage. Huan since she's the one who provoked us, there's no need for you to hold back. You can attack her as long as you don't kill her. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan He knew Huan strength was not as simple as it seemed. Huan strongest ability was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space, but her abilities as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If Huan did not use her abilities as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she would not be a match for him. However, if she were to use the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's technique, even he would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat her. In fact, he would most likely lose. Duan Lingtian would have to rely on the 5 divine elements to see through Huan illusions.
Yes.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan replied, Brother Lingtian, I won't hold back because I don't like her. Upon hearing this, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Huan rarely got angry, but when she did, her anger was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was deeply aware of this point. Second senior brother, have you taken a fancy to this junior sister? Ling Hu Yuan looked at Lei Jun and asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Jun frowned. If you don't like her, why are you speaking up for her? However, second senior brother, if you really like her, I advise you to give up. Look at her. Her entire heart is with the man beside her. Ling Hu Yuan chuckled. A few moments later, everyone arrived at the location where Lang had arrived. Huan and Ling Hu Yuan stood facing each other as they stared at each other. Little junior sister, let me, your third senior sister, witness your strength. Ling Hu Yuan looked at Huan with a fake smile on her face. As soon as Ling Hu Yuan finished speaking, Huan teleported and appeared behind Ling Hu Yuan. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of saber humming rang in the air as 9 spatial tears appeared. Then, a gray saber flew out from each spatial tear, aiming for Ling Hu Yuan. When Ling Hu Yuan saw this, she instinctively tried to dodge. At this moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out from Huan body and spread out to interfere with Ling Hu Yuan's movements. No! Ling Hu Yuan shrieked. Then, she turned into a gust of wind and flew away. Even so, a few streaks of blood could be seen on the spot where she had been standing. It was obvious she was injured by the dimensional/profundity. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened so fast that even Lei Ying could not react in time. After all, she was not skilled in soul attacks. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuation of Huan soul with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when Ling Hu Yuan was hit by the dimensional/profundity, she had mobilized all her celestial origin energy to save Ling Hu Yuan. It was not that she was trying to help Ling Hu Yuan. Even if Huan was in danger, she would still step in. She only had a few prodigious disciples under her wing. Naturally, she did not want anything to happen to them. Ling Hu Yuan won't dare to underestimate Huan anymore. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Hu Yuan calmly. It was not difficult for him to see that Ling Hu Yuan had been injured because she had underestimated Huan Junior sister is so strong? Lei Jun was shocked. That soul attack is a little strange. Shiman Lingjie slightly narrowed his eyes, and his face became somewhat dignified. Junior sister. At this moment, Ling Hu Yuan, who had fled far away, no longer had the look of contempt on her face. She looked at Huan solemnly as she said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore." When Ling Hu Yuan reached the end of her sentence, her tone became colder. "No one asked you to hold back." However, in the face of Ling Hu Yuan's provocation, Huan only replied indifferently. Although his words were flat, when they fell into Ling Hu Yuan's ears, it was tantamount to slapping her face. Ling Hu Yuan had always been arrogant. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ling Hu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she disappeared into thin air. The gust of wind was headed for Huan Swoosh. Huan teleported and disappeared from where she was, causing Ling Hu Yuan to miss her. However, as soon as she appeared in another place, Ling Hu Yuan, who had transformed into a gust of wind, chased after her. They went back and forth a few times, one chasing and the other dodging. Junior sister, is dodging the only thing you can do? Ling Hu Yuan's impatient voice rang in the air. It was clear she was infuriated by Huan teleportation. For those who comprehended the law of wind, those who comprehended the law of space were the bane of her existence. Naturally, even if Huan could teleport, Ling Hu Yuan was confident she could catch up to her. However, it would take a lot of time. She did not want to waste that much time. "I'm afraid you won't be able to last long if I don't teleport," Huan said indifferently. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had a strange expression on their faces when they heard Huan's indifferent voice. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. His lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Huan's words. When did Huan learn to speak like that? He felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard Huan's words. It seemed like he had said something similar to her in the past. "I'd like to see it for myself." Ling Hu Yuan exploded when she heard Huan's words. The sound of wind whistling rang in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. Swoosh. When Huan reappeared, she did not teleport again. However, a faint white light shone in her eyes. Following that, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain, and it emitted a chilling aura. Swoosh. Without any warning, a white light shone in the eyes of the white fox behind Huan as well. In the next moment, Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw Linghu Yuan coming to a halt when she was close to Huan Er. Then, he actually attacked the void. His tyrannical power missed again and again. An illusion? At this moment, any ordinary person would be able to tell that Huan Er had used some sort of illusory technique on Linghu Yuan, and she was unable to extricate herself from it. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? While Lei Jun and the others were still in shock, Lei Ying's gaze shifted to the white fox silhouette behind Huan Er that was gradually fading away. As a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying was, naturally, astute. Although the Phantom Fox clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox only existed in legends, she was still familiar with its characteristics. I knew she wasn't human. I didn't expect her to be a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. I found a treasure. I found a treasure. Lei Ying's eyes were brimming with excitement. At this moment, even if Su Lang offered her Duan Lingtian in exchange for Huan Er, she would not agree to it. Huan Er might not be a match for Duan Lingtian in a head-on battle, but if she used her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she might not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Most importantly, Huan Er was much more flexible. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, her potential to become a 10-direction celestial emperor was high. Given enough time, she would definitely become a 10-direction celestial emperor. In fact, in the history of the Devata realms, there were several thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes who managed to achieve godhood. More than 90% of heavenly emperors aren't able to achieve godhood. If Huan Er can achieve godhood, won't I, Lei Ying, and the merciless celestial emperor, be fated with a god? When Lei Ying thought of this, she found Huan Er pleasing to the eye. When the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette disappeared, Linghu Yuan was finally freed from the illusory technique. When she saw Huan Er standing in front of her in her snow-white robes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Why are you unharmed? One must know that earlier, she had clearly seen her junior sister being forced back by her attacks in a very sorry state. However, in just a blink of an eye, Huan Er seemed fine. Linghu Yuan took a deep breath before she prepared to continue attacking. Enough. At this moment, Lei Ying said, "Third brother, you've lost. If Huan Er wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago." End of chapter. Chapter 3266. Impossible. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Linghu Yuan's first reaction was to look at Lei Ying in disbelief. She even thought Lei Ying was siding with Huan Er. Junior sister Linghu. Lei Jun sighed. Earlier, you were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique. She could have easily killed you for 3 breaths of time. If it was a battle of life and death, you would have died by now. Lei Jun said. Linghu Yuan was skeptical of Lei Ying's words, but she was still skeptical of Lei Jun's words. However, when her gaze landed on Shimin Linjie and he won, and both of them nodded at her, she knew that her teacher Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Linghu Yuan looked at Huan Er with a grim expression on her face. She had seen illusory techniques before, but she did not see any traces of illusory techniques at all. In fact, the mirror image in the illusory technique seemed to be one with the scene in front of her. Lei Ying and the others who were watching from the side did not change at all. The only thing that changed was the white-clad woman who was supposed to be in a sorry state. Instead, she stood at the side and looked at Linghu Yuan as though she was watching a show. It's normal that you can't see through Huan Er's illusory technique. Lei Ying glanced at Linghu Yuan indifferently and said, Huan Er is a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the Devata realms, 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes are divine beasts. Divine beasts? Linghu Yuan was shocked when she heard Lei Ying's words. Lei Jun and the others were stunned as well. They had heard of the Phantom Fox clan before. They knew it was a powerful clan, but it was only a Grade 1 force. However, even if it was only a Grade 1 force, they did not doubt that a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox clan would be extremely talented. However, what truly shocked them was the 2 words divine beast that Lei Ying had mentioned. Divine beasts were superior to celestial beasts. If there were no mishaps, Divine beasts would become gods that were stronger than 10 directions celestial emperors when they reached adulthood. They would stand at the peak of the Devata realms. And now, their teacher was telling them that their little junior sister was a divine beast? Lei Ying's disciples were shocked, but Duan Lingtian and Huan did not show any signs of shock. After all, they already knew this would happen. Especially Duan Lingtian. A long time ago, Duan Lingtian had asked Huan about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's grade. However, Huan had told him that the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was not a celestial beast but a divine beast. When he obtained the world-cleansing divine water, it could tell that Huan was a divine beast. Because of this, he was not surprised. Huan has defeated Old Third. From now on, she's my third disciple. At the same time, Lei Ying looked to Linghu Yuan and announced, "As for you, Old Third, from today on, you'll be Old Fourth." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at He-Wan. "He-Wan, you're the fifth. Third junior sister. Third junior sister." Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Shimin Lin Jia and Lei Jun changed the way they addressed Huan. As for Linghu Yuan, she reluctantly addressed Huan as her third senior sister. When she looked at Huan the jealousy and hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. This Linghu Yuan, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Linghu Yuan's jealousy toward Huan. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could only hope that Linghu Yuan would not stir up trouble. If she had any ill intentions toward Huan he would not let her off. "Huan you can stay here and cultivate from now on." Lei Ying smiled at Huan. Lei Ying's words immediately caused the jealousy and hatred in Linghu Yuan's eyes to grow even more intense. One must know that before today, only her eldest senior brother and second senior brother could come to her master's place to cultivate as they pleased. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy at her teacher's place was much denser than anywhere else in the valley. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Huan shook her head and said, "I'll just cultivate with Brother Lingtian." She did not want to leave Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, she would be able to cultivate faster if she stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Lingtian's little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy that filled Duan Lingtian's little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. The realms of gods were places where gods cultivated. Naturally, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not be compared to the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. All right, it's up to you. If Lei Ying did not know that Huan was a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she might have been displeased by Huan words. However, now that she knew Huan was a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she decided to let Huan do whatever she wanted as long as Huan acknowledged her as her disciple. Moreover, as long as she took care of Huan as her teacher, it would not be difficult for her to become closer to Huan. After all, it would be beneficial for her to become friends with a divine beast who had taken human form. In fact, if Huan became a god one day, she might even be able to give her some pointers. Perhaps Huan would be able to comprehend the path to godhood. Becoming a god was the dream of every celestial emperor in the Devata realms. However, in the Devata realms, it was rare for celestial emperors to achieve godhood. Even among titled celestial emperors, there might not even be 1 in 1,000 who could achieve godhood. In any case, Huan remember that you're my disciple. You can look for me if you need anything in the future. Lei Ying raised her hand and handed her soul pearl to Huan. Huan let's exchange soul pearls. After the exchange of soul pearls, Lei Ying raised her hand and a fruit that shone with purple lightning appeared in her hand. It emitted a refreshing fragrance. Huan this is a gift from me, Lei Ying said as she handed the fruit over to Huan. Lei Ying said as she handed the celestial fruit to her. This is a violet thunder celestial fruit. I obtained it by accident 1,000 years ago. The violet thunder celestial fruit. When Lei Ying took out the celestial fruit and handed it to Huan the jealousy in Linghu Yuan's eyes intensified. Even the other 3 disciples, including Lei Jun, stared at the fruit in Lei Ying's hand. The Thunderbolt Immortal Fruit was one of the immortal fruits that immortal emperors could use to increase their cultivation base. It was one of the top immortal fruits that could greatly increase the cultivation base of immortal emperors. After a while, Lei Jun and Shimin Lin Jia withdrew their gazes. After all, the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit was of no use to them. After all, both Lei Jun and the Shimin Lin clan were celestial emperors now. Thank you, teacher. Huan Er's eyes lit up as she took the Violet Thunder Celestial Fruit from Lei Ying. Huan Er, remember that you're my disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. No matter what happens, you'll always have my support, Lei Ying said solemnly. Lei Ying said with a solemn expression. Okay. Huan Er nodded. Junior sister Huan Er, if any prodigious disciple dares to provoke you, please let me know. Eldest senior brother is about to pass 1,000 years old and leave the ranks of prodigious disciples. However, I, Lei Jun, am only slightly over 800 years old. Lei Jun smiled at Huan Er. Thank you, second senior brother. Huan Er nodded again. After a while, the group of people left. Before they left, apart from Linghu Yuan and He Wan, Lei Jun, and Shimin Lin Jia also exchanged soul pearls with Huan Er. Naturally, they were the ones who took the initiative to do so. Duan Lingtian discovered Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him from the beginning until now. However, when he left with Huan Er, he could see the jealousy in Lei Jun's eyes. Huan Er's charm is really great. As a man, Duan Lingtian could easily guess Lei Jun's thoughts when he recalled how Lei Jun had defended Huan Er in front of Linghu Yuan. Naturally, he had also noticed the coldness in Linghu Yuan's eyes when he left with Huan Er. It's fine if Linghu Yuan behaves herself. If she doesn't, I don't mind finding an opportunity to send her on her way. Even if they were in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er could easily kill a celestial lord like Linghu Yuan if they wanted to. Huan Er was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Her illusory techniques were unparalleled in the world. Coupled with his concealment techniques, he was confident he could kill an ordinary celestial emperor. After returning to Su Lang's residence, Huan Er took out the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit is for you. Huan Er, I know you mean well. However, this Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit is a gift from your master, Lei Ting. You should take it, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Brother Lingtian, my cultivation speed is much faster than yours. Moreover, the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit is not as beneficial to me as it is to you. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it, she said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he saw the determination in her eyes. Since when did she learn to use this tactic? In the past, he had often done this when they were distributing celestial fruits. However, it seemed like Huan Er had learned his technique. Huan Er, Brother Lingtian, I'll tell you this first. Don't do this again. Next time, the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit will belong to you regardless of whether it's mine or yours. Duan Lingtian took the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit and said solemnly, both of us will take turns to consume one Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. Do you understand? All right, Brother Lingtian. Hurry up and consume the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. With the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit and the Heaven and Earth Spirit energy in your little world, you'll soon become a 5-element Celestial Lord. Huan Er smiled. It's not that easy. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before joining the Heavenly Pool Palace, he had just become a 4-phenomenon Celestial Lord. He still had a long way to go before he could break through. Even if he consumed the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit, it would still take him some time to become a 5-element Celestial Lord. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, I've received a message from the Elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Chapter 3267. I received it as well. As soon as Huan Er finished speaking, Duan Lingtian received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's Elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion's Elder had informed him that the prodigy ranked last in the 200 to 300 years old age group was currently in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he had accepted the challenge and would be fighting Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy Arena in 3 days. As the challenger, Duan Lingtian did not have the right to choose the time. If he did not show up in 3 days, he would be deemed to have admitted defeat. The prodigy I challenged will be fighting in 3 days. Huan, what about yours? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Huan. Mine is in 10 days, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left Su Lang's cultivation place with Huan in tow. However, as soon as he left, a voice rang from behind him. Hey, little junior brother, wait for me. HM? Duan Lingtian stopped moving and turned around to take a look. With just a glance, he saw a fatty in a loose green robe flashing over. Although the plump man's body was huge and heavy, his speed was not slow at all. 6 senior brother. What's the matter? The plump man was none other than Su Lang's 6th disciple, Hong Fei. Hee. Junior brother, today is the day you challenge the prodigy disciples. As your senior brother, how can I be absent? I'm not like those fellows who call me little junior brother all the time, but I can't see you when the time comes. Hong Fei chuckled before he said with a righteous expression on his face, Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm challenging the prodigy disciples today? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Even he had only received the message from the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder 3 days ago. Little junior brother, anyone who challenges a prodigy disciple, whether it's to become a prodigy disciple or to rank among the prodigy disciples in their age group, as long as the Sword Trial Pavilion successfully challenges the prodigy disciples, the battle information will be publicly displayed in the Sword Trial Pavilion, Hong Fei said. Hong Fei said, As for me, I just happened to go to the Sword Trial Hall the day before yesterday and happened to see your message. Coincidence? Duan Lingtian glanced at Hong Fei with a strange look, before a grin appeared on his face. It seems like it's only a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei knew about my challenge today. It was a slip of the tongue. At this time, Hong Fei naturally knew that he had spilled the beans. He quickly said righteously, Little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction speed. That's why I said that. Actually, ever since you entered the sect, I've been going to the Sword Trial Hall every few days to look at the battle information of the prodigy disciples. That's why I know that you're going to battle the last ranked prodigy disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei spoke with a serious expression, as if he was telling the truth. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he did not believe what Hong Fei had said. However, he had learned more about Hong Fei's shamelessness. Little junior brother, you've just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. I don't think you know where the prodigy arena is, right? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not interested in answering his question, Hong Fei changed the topic and asked, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just about to ask someone after I leave. There's no need for that. I'll take you there. Hong Fei smiled. On the way to the prodigy arena, Hong Fei continued to explain, the prodigy arena isn't located on any of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There are 3 prodigy arenas in total, and each of them is used by the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigy disciples. However, you're the only one who's going to challenge Huang Lunan in the prodigy arena today. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't lack spectators. Even if you're not famous, and Huang Lunan is only at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old group of prodigious disciples, there will still be many spectators watching the battle. Of course, most of the spectating disciples are ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are only a few prodigious disciples. By the time Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huan had already arrived 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Along the way, they saw many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples heading in the direction of the prodigy arena. I, Hong Fei, am considered a big shot in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to be so unobservant. Hong Fei narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw none of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples had come forward to greet him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the prodigy arena. The Heaven's proud son of Heaven's arena consisted of 3 vast arenas suspended in the void. They were distributed at different levels. A small floating island could be seen at the center of the Prodigy Arena. Apart from a huge stone tablet, there was nothing else on the island. The words Prodigy Arena were engraved on the stone tablet. At this moment, more than 100 people had gathered around the Prodigy Arena, and the number was still increasing. Senior Hong Fei. While Duan Lingtian was looking at the Prodigy Arena, a Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple stepped forward and greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically.
Yes.
Seeing someone come over to greet him, the dissatisfaction that had just appeared on Hong Fei's face immediately disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, Hong Fei was no longer as shameless as before in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. When the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple came forward to greet Hong Fei, the other Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples turned to look at Hong Fei. He's Hong Fei. He's the weakest prodigy under the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang. Hong Fei seems to be the weakest prodigy between 600 and 700 years old. He's often kicked out of the ranks of the prodigy disciples. It'll take him a while to climb back up. However, the fact that he managed to climb back up the ranks means he's quite strong. He's barely comparable to a prodigy. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples did not speak loudly, with Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's hearing, they clearly heard what they were saying. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Hong Fei's fat face darkened when he heard the disciples' words. He said angrily, "You bunch of gossips. If you have the guts, come up the Prodigy Arena and fight me. I'll fight all of you alone. If all of you can last 3 rounds, it'll be my loss." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples realized Hong Fei had heard them. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing if they should leave or stay. "Hong Fei, you've really regressed. Aren't you ashamed to bicker with an ordinary disciple?" At this moment, a burst of sharp laughter rang from afar, helping the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to resolve the awkwardness. In just a blink of an eye, a thin young man appeared before everyone's eyes. He was the polar opposite of Hong Fei's fat body. "Lu Jian, what are you doing here?" Hong Fei frowned slightly when he saw the thin young man. He did not expect Lu Jian to be here as well. At the same time, Hong Fei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Little junior brother, this fellow's name is Lu Jian. He's about the same age as me. However, I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. If it weren't for my bad luck, I would have defeated him and pushed him down from the 9th place." Hong Fei snorted when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously at all. This was because he knew his senior brother Lu's mouth was not very reliable. Nevertheless, he did not expose Hong Fei's lies. "Naturally, I came here with my junior brother. Today is the day my junior brother, Huang Lunan, will fight your little junior brother." Lu Jian paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I just found out that Duan Lingtian, the new disciple who challenged my junior brother, has joined your teacher, Lord Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him, right?" As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful smile on his face. "What? Are you looking down on my little junior brother?" Hong Fei asked in a deep voice with a frown on his face when he saw the disdainful smile on Lu Jian's face. "It's not that I'm looking down on him, but it's better for a new disciple to consolidate his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple. It won't be easy for him to defeat a prodigious disciple without consolidation," Lu Jian said indifferently. "I'm afraid he'll be traumatized if he loses and won't dare to challenge a prodigious disciple again. Lord Su Lang has a total of 7 disciples. 5 of them are outstanding talents. Initially, you were the only one holding him back. However, it seems like there's another one holding him back now." When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze swept past Hong Fei and Duan Lingtian. The disdain on the corner of his mouth grew thicker. "Bullshit," Hong Fei exclaimed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he regained his composure. He smiled faintly as he said, "Wait until your junior brother, Huang Lunan, defeats me before you say that. Otherwise, you'll end up slapping yourself in the face when the result is out." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Lu Jian intently. "That's right. Hong Fei chimed in immediately. I'll end up slapping myself in the face? Lu Jian was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. Brat, it seems like you're quite confident in yourself. However, many of the new disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace are also very confident in themselves. Alas, in the end, they'll always be beaten black and blue. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Jian's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 3268. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Lu Jian's words. Senior brother. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man dressed in blue, with a determined expression on his face flew toward Lu Jian. Are you looking for me? Junior brother, this is your opponent today. He's Lord Su Lang's youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian. Lu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said to the newcomer. Based on Lu Jian's words, it was obvious the newcomer was Duan Lingtian's opponent today, Huang Lunan. Huang Lunan was ranked last among the 10 prodigious disciples in the 200 to 300 years old age group. If Duan Lingtian defeated him today, he would become a prodigious disciple. At that time, Huang Lunan would be pulled down from the ranks of the prodigious disciples. Prodigious disciples had their own identity tokens. With that identity token, they could enter many places in the Heavenly Pool Palace that ordinary disciples could not enter. Moreover, prodigious disciples were treated in a way that ordinary disciples were jealous of. There were only 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force, it was difficult to become a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Oh? Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Huang Lunan shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently, I heard you defeated a senior brother who's a 6-combos celestial emperor and has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage during the entrance exam? Huang Lunan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. You seem to know a lot about me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I hope you're as strong as you claim. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed today. Huang Lunan shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not feel pressured even if he knew Duan Lingtian was strong. It seems like you're very confident in your strength, Duan Lingtian said. Not bad. I think I'm slightly stronger than you. Huang Lunan smiled. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and revealed a non-committal expression on his face. The elder of the Sword Trial Palace is here. While Huang Lunan and Lu Jianli were facing off against Duan Lingtian, Huan and Hong Fei, the voices of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples rang in the distance. It's still him. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly. With just a glance, he recognized the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who had helped him and Huan register their names. Huang Lunan, Duan Lingtian, have you arrived? As soon as the Sword Trial Pavilion elder appeared above the stone tablet with the words Prodigy Arena written on it, he asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of special magic that clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Junior brother, go on. I'd like to see why Lord Su Lang would take a liking to this brat. Lu Jian said to Huang Lunan. Although Lu Jian and Huang Lunan were both disciples of a titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace, their titled Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Su Lang. In the past, Lu Jian had wanted to become Su Lang's disciple, but Su Lang had rejected him. It was also because of this that he was very hostile towards Su Lang's disciples who were not as strong as him. Why did Su Lang accept people weaker than him, but not him? Senior brother, just you wait. Today, I'll show him what it means to be a prodigious disciple. Huang Lunan sneered. As soon as Huang Lunan finished speaking, he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up one of the prodigy arenas. Elder. As soon as Huang Lunan entered the prodigy arena, he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and threw an identity token to him. The identity token was the identity token of a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The identity token of a prodigious disciple was not engraved with a name, but it could be used to establish ownership through a drop of blood. After Huang Lunan removed the blood binding on the identity token, he threw it to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Although the identity token was not engraved with a name, there were some words engraved on it. For example, the words 200 to 300 years old and 10 were carved on it. This identity token belonged to the 10th ranked prodigious disciple among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples. The prodigious disciples in each group would be given a different identity token. If the prodigious disciple defeated the prodigious disciple in the same group, the prodigious disciple's identity token would be swapped. Swoosh. When Huang Lunan handed the identity token to the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, Duan Lingtian teleported to the Prodigy Arena where Huang Lunan was standing. Upon seeing this, Huan teleported to the Prodigy Arena as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian, who was facing off against Huang Lunan. Sister-in-law, Huang Lunan is quite strong. What do you think is little junior brother's chance of winning? Hong Fei asked with a smile on his face. It's impossible for brother Ling Tian to lose. Hong Fei was taken aback when he heard Huan Er's simple and direct reply. Her reply was simple and straightforward. Although Huan Er had faith in Duan Lingtian, Hong Fei thought she was blindly trusting Duan Lingtian. Although teacher said little junior brother has no problem becoming a prodigious disciple, his opponent is Lu Jian's junior brother, Huang Lunan. Hong Fei could choose not to believe Huan Er's words, but he had no choice but to believe Su Lang's words. However, he was still puzzled. Huang Lunan is capable of doing what little junior brother did in the first round of selection as well. Let's wait and see. As long as little junior brother defeats Huang Lunan, he'll become a prodigious disciple. At that time, I'd like to see Lu Jian's expression turn ugly. As Hong Fei thought to himself, he turned to look at Lu Jian, who had followed him to the Prodigy Arena. What? Hong Fei, you can't possibly think that this junior brother of yours is a match for my junior brother, right? Lu Jian asked mockingly when he saw the sneer on Hong Fei's face. Lu Jian, I hope you'll still be able to smile when the time comes. Now, Hong Fei had no other choice but to believe in Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else, just the imposing manner before the Lu clan would absolutely not lose. Meanwhile, more and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace gathered around the arena. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder who presided over the Prodigy Arena suddenly looked into the distance. His gaze attracted everyone's attention, causing them to look over as well. It's Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun. Senior brother Lei Jun is ranked in the top 3 among the 10 prodigies between the ages of 800 to 900. Not only is he a basic celestial emperor, but he has also comprehended 7 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Most importantly, senior brother Lei Jun is the only son of Lord Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Not only was his strength outstanding, but his family background was also far beyond others' reach. However, many people were puzzled. Why was Lei Jun here? Normally, Lei Jun would not be attracted by Duan Lingtian's challenge to Huang Lunan. Young master. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion greeted Lei Jun respectfully. Lei Jun's mother was the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Naturally, the elder did not dare to slight Lei Jun. Elder Qin, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he appeared next to Huan Er and greeted her with a smile. Third junior sister, second senior brother. Since Lei Jun had helped her many times in front of Linghu Yuan, Huan Er had a good impression of him. Therefore, she nodded in response to Lei Jun's greeting. Third junior sister, I heard you issued a challenge to a prodigious disciple as well? When will your battle be? Lei Jun asked with a bright smile on his face. 7 days later, Huan Er replied. However, this time, she did not look at Lei Jun. Her eyes were fixed on the purple-clad young man on the Prodigy Arena. It was as though the purple-clad young man was the only person in her eyes at this moment. Lei Jun's expression darkened when he saw this. When he looked at the purple-clad young man on the Prodigy Arena, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had fallen in love with his third junior sister as soon as he laid eyes on her. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, it still made his heart beat faster. However, what made him jealous was that this third junior sister already had a man by her side. Of course, even if he knew that his third junior sister had a special liking for this man, he didn't really care. This was because he could see that his third junior sister was still a virgin and had not had that kind of relationship with the man by her side. For this reason, he felt he still had time. Naturally, the prerequisite was for his third junior sister to shift her attention away from the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to him. Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. However, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me for liking you. Killing intent surged in Lei Jun's heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, senior brother Lei Jun isn't here for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. He's here for this woman. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Lei Jun treat a woman like this. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could see Lei Jun's feelings for Huan Er. Let's begin. When the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's voice rang in the air, everyone's attention shifted from Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan. Duan Lingtian, right? I will let you know that you are overestimating yourself by challenging me. Huang Lunan sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Make your move. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Huang Lunan's confidence. He said indifferently, if you don't make your move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to make your move. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.